You sit in the darkness, staring up at the vast expanse of space, and you believe you understand silence. The gentle hum of distant traffic, the whisper of wind through trees, the soft breathing of someone sleeping beside you. These are the sounds that fill what you call quiet, but you have never truly experienced silence. Not the kind that exists between the stars, not the kind that has persisted for billions of years across the cosmic void, and certainly not the kind that might be hiding the most terrifying truth our species has ever stumbled toward. Tonight, I want to shatter something fundamental about the way you see the universe. I want to take the beautiful, romanticized vision of space exploration that humanity has cherished for generations, the dream of reaching out across the cosmos, finding new civilizations, making first contact with beings who might teach us the secrets of existence. And I want to show you why that dream might be the most dangerous delusion our species has ever entertained. What if I told you that the silence of space isn't empty at all? What if I told you that the reason we haven't heard from advanced alien civilizations isn't because they don't exist, but because they're hiding? What if the vast, seemingly barren universe around us is actually teeming with intelligent life? Billions of civilizations, each one holding its breath in the darkness, each one paralyzed by a fear so profound that they would rather live in eternal isolation than risk speaking into the void? You might wonder what could possibly be so terrifying that entire civilizations would choose silence over communication, loneliness over connection. The answer lies in a theory so elegantly horrifying that it reframes everything we thought we knew about our place in the cosmos. It's called the dark forest hypothesis, and if it's true, then every signal we've sent into space, every attempt we've made to announce our presence to the universe, every radio telescope we've pointed toward the stars in hopes of finding friends, all of it has been the equivalent of a child wandering alone into a forest full of predators, calling out their location in the darkness. Imagine, for a moment, that you are alone in a forest at night. Not just any forest, a dark forest where you cannot see more than a few feet in any direction, where every shadow could conceal a hunter, where every sound could signal either prey or predator. You know with absolute certainty that this forest is full of armed strangers. You know that some of them are hiding, just like you. You know that some of them are hunting, but you don't know which is which. You don't know their intentions, their capabilities, their desperation. In this forest, the first law of survival is simple. Stay silent, stay hidden. And if you discover someone else before they discover you, eliminate them immediately, because in this forest, the alternative to striking first is extinction. Now, expand that forest to encompass the entire universe. Replace the hunters with civilizations possessing technology beyond our wildest imagination, weapons that could sterilize planets from light years away, the ability to manipulate matter at the quantum level, computational power that could simulate entire galaxies. Replace your small hiding place with Earth, a tiny blue marble orbiting an unremarkable star in an unremarkable galaxy. A planet whose inhabitants have spent the last century broadcasting their location, their capabilities, their weaknesses, and their intentions to anyone capable of listening. The dark forest hypothesis suggests that this is precisely the situation humanity finds itself in right now. We are the child in the forest, calling out in the darkness, blissfully unaware that every word we speak might be our last. We are living in a universe where advanced civilizations exist in a state of perpetual, terrified silence. Not because they are primitive or uninterested in communication, but because they understand something we do not. They understand that in a universe where technology can advance to godlike proportions, where the gap between civilizations can be measured not in centuries, but in millions of years of development, the only rational response to discovering another civilization is to destroy it before it can destroy you. Consider the mathematics of cosmic evolution. If our universe is approximately 14 billion years old, and if life can emerge and develop intelligence given the right conditions, then there should be civilizations out there that have had a head start of hundreds of millions, even billions of years. The technological gap between humanity and such civilizations would not be like the gap between a modern fighter jet and a bow and arrow. It would be like the gap between a quantum computer and a grain of sand. We would not be competitors to them. We would not even be noticeable to them except for one crucial factor: potential. Every civilization, no matter how primitive, carries within it the seed of exponential growth. Humanity went from the first powered flight to landing on the moon in just 66 years. We went from the first computer to artificial intelligence that can process information faster than entire teams of human experts in less than a century. If we survive the next 1,000 years, what might we become? What technologies might we develop? What capabilities might we possess? And here lies the cosmic paradox that transforms the universe into a dark forest. Any advanced civilization capable of interstellar observation would be forced to calculate the probability that any newly discovered civilization could, given enough time, become a threat. Not necessarily an intentional threat. Perhaps humanity would never choose to wage war against alien civilizations, but an existential threat simply by virtue of our potential for growth, expansion, and technological development. Think about it from their perspective. They observe a young civilization on a small planet, currently limited to chemical rockets and radio communications. This civilization shows signs of rapid technological advancement, exponential population growth, and an apparently insatiable curiosity about the universe around them. They have already begun reaching beyond their home planet. They have already begun broadcasting signals into space. They have already demonstrated the capacity for both remarkable cooperation and devastating warfare. What happens if this civilization survives for another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, given their apparent rate of technological progress? What might they become? Could they develop faster than light travel? Could they learn to manipulate matter at the atomic level? Could they develop weapons capable of destroying stars? Artificial intelligences capable of exponential self-improvement, or biotechnology capable of transforming entire ecosystems? From the perspective of an advanced civilization, there are only two possibilities. Either this young civilization will destroy itself long before it becomes a threat, or it will survive long enough to potentially become the most dangerous entity in the galaxy. There is no middle ground in the cosmic timescale. There are no civilizations that develop just enough to be interesting neighbors, but not enough to be potential threats. The nature of exponential technological growth means that any civilization that survives its developmental phase will, given sufficient time, become capable of feats that we would consider godlike. And so the advanced civilization faces a choice that defines the very nature of the universe. They can take the risk that this young civilization will remain peaceful, cooperative, and non-threatening for millions of years of future development, or they can eliminate the threat while it remains manageable. They can hope that a species capable of creating nuclear weapons, environmental destruction, and global warfare will somehow transcend these tendencies as their power grows exponentially. Or they can act on the assumption that the safest civilization is a dead civilization. In the mathematical calculus of cosmic survival, the choice becomes obvious. The cost of being wrong about a peaceful civilization is relatively small. one fewer potential partner in a universe already full of solitary civilizations. The cost of being wrong about a dangerous civilization is extinction. When the stakes are the survival of your entire species, the logical choice is to eliminate any potential threat before it can fully mature. This is why the forest is dark. This is why the universe is silent. Not because it is empty, but because it is full of civilizations that learned this lesson long ago. Every species that survived long enough to develop interstellar observation capabilities did so precisely because they understood that in the cosmic game of survival, paranoia is not a flaw. It is the highest virtue. But the horror of the dark forest hypothesis goes deeper than simple cosmic paranoia. It suggests that the universe operates according to a logic so ruthless that it transforms every act of curiosity into an act of aggression, every attempt at communication into a death sentence, every dream of cosmic brotherhood into a naive fantasy that could lead to species suicide. Consider what this means for humanity's attempts at interstellar communication. Every radio signal we have broadcast, every mathematical message we have sent toward nearby star systems, every attempt we have made to announce our presence to the cosmos, all of it becomes an act of cosmic terrorism, not against alien civilizations, but against ourselves. We have spent decades pointing radio telescopes at the sky, hoping to receive a message that would change everything, never considering that receiving such a message might be the last thing our species ever experiences. Because if the dark forest hypothesis is correct, then any civilization advanced enough to send us a message is also advanced enough to destroy us. And if they are sending us a message, it means they have already decided that we are not a threat, worth eliminating quietly. It means they want something from us, our planet, our resources, our unique biological heritage, something valuable enough to risk revealing their presence, but not valuable enough to let us survive the transaction. The mathematics become even more chilling when you consider the geometry of cosmic communication. Any signal we broadcast travels at the speed of light, creating an ever-expanding sphere of revelation that announces our location to every civilization within that growing radius. A signal sent today will reach star systems 4 light-years. Away in 4 years, 40 light-years away in 40 years, 400 light-years away in 4 centuries. With each passing year, our sphere of cosmic visibility grows larger, encompassing more star systems, more potential civilizations, more opportunities for first contact. But in the dark forest universe, first contact is not an opportunity. It is a countdown timer. Somewhere within that expanding sphere of revelation, civilizations are receiving our messages, analyzing our capabilities, calculating our potential threat level, and making decisions about our future. The most terrifying aspect of this scenario is not that hostile aliens might find us, but that we would never see them coming. A civilization advanced enough to eliminate us would likely possess technology so far beyond our understanding that our destruction would be accomplished without warning, without spectacle, without the dramatic space battles that science fiction has trained us to expect. They would not need to send vast armadas across interstellar space. They would not need to engage in the kind of total warfare that might alert other civilizations to their activities. They might simply need to nudge a nearby asteroid into a collision course with Earth, or introduce a subtle change to our sun's solar output, or deploy self-replicating machines that could dismantle our planet at the molecular level. The attack would be swift, efficient, and virtually undetectable until it was far too late to respond. From our perspective, our civilization would simply end. One day, we would be looking up at the stars, wondering about our place in the cosmos, and the Next day, there would be no one left to wonder about anything at all. Our entire species, our entire history, our art and literature and music and dreams, all of it would disappear into the cosmic dark, as if we had never existed. And perhaps that is exactly what has happened to countless civilizations before us. Perhaps the universe is littered with the remnants of species that made the same mistake we are making. Species that reached out across the void with messages of peace and friendship. Species that dreamed of joining a galactic community. Species that died still believing in the fundamental goodness of the cosmos. This brings us to the most disturbing question raised by the dark forest hypothesis. If this is indeed the nature of the universe, why are we still alive? Why hasn't some advanced civilization already eliminated the obvious threat posed by our rapidly advancing technological civilization? Why have we been allowed to develop nuclear weapons, space travel, and artificial intelligence without facing cosmic consequences? There are several possible answers, and none of them are particularly comforting. The first possibility is that we simply haven't been noticed yet. Despite decades of radio transmissions and space exploration, Earth might still exist within a region of space that hasn't been thoroughly surveilled by advanced civilizations. We might be living in a temporary blind spot, a cosmic shadow, where we have remained invisible to the hunters in the dark forest. If this is true, then our continued existence is simply a matter of cosmic luck. Luck that could run out at any moment. As our signals travel farther from Earth, and our technological activities become more detectable from interstellar distances, every satellite we launch, every radio telescope we build, every attempt we make to detect extraterrestrial life increases the probability that we will attract the kind of attention we should be desperately trying to avoid. The second possibility is even more unsettling. Perhaps we have already been noticed, catalogued, and evaluated by advanced civilizations, but they have concluded that we pose no significant threat worth the energy required to eliminate us. Perhaps, from their perspective, humanity is so primitive, so limited in our capabilities, so likely to destroy ourselves through warfare, environmental collapse, or technological mismanagement, that we represent no meaningful long-term threat to anyone. In this scenario, we are not survivors in the dark forest. We are insects beneath the notice of the true players in the cosmic game. Advanced civilizations observe our radio signals and space missions with the same detached interest that we might observe ants building colonies in our backyard. We are curious, perhaps even impressive in our own limited way, but ultimately inconsequential to the broader patterns of galactic civilization. This interpretation of our cosmic situation is perhaps more humbling than terrifying, but it raises its own uncomfortable questions. If advanced civilizations are indeed monitoring our development with benign indifference, what would it take for us to cross the threshold from harmless curiosity to legitimate threat? At what point in our technological advancement would we trigger the cosmic immune response that would ensure our elimination? The third possibility is the most chilling of all. Perhaps the dark forest is not a stable state, but a transitional phase in cosmic evolution. Perhaps there are civilizations so advanced that they have transcended the need for the paranoid calculation that defines the dark forest hypothesis. Perhaps these transcendent civilizations operate according to principles we cannot even comprehend. Principles that might include the preservation of younger species for purposes we cannot imagine. But if such civilizations exist, their benevolence cannot be assumed. A civilization advanced enough to preserve us might also be advanced enough to use us, to manipulate our development for their own incomprehensible purposes, to treat our entire species as components in some vast cosmic experiment. We might be living not in a dark forest, but in a terrarium, protected and observed by beings whose motives are as alien to us as our motives are to bacteria. In any of these scenarios, humanity finds itself in a position of profound cosmic vulnerability. We are either unnoticed and at risk of discovery, noticed and deemed irrelevant until we prove otherwise, or noticed and preserved for reasons we cannot understand by entities we could never hope to comprehend or resist. The dark forest hypothesis transforms our understanding of the universe from a vast arena full of potential friends to a vast arena full of potential threats, from a cosmic community waiting to welcome us to a cosmic ecosystem where survival depends on remaining invisible, silent, and harmless. It suggests that our greatest achievement as a species, our ability to reach beyond our home planet and communicate across interstellar distances, might also be our greatest mistake. But perhaps the most profound implication of the dark forest hypothesis is not what it suggests about alien civilizations, but what it reveals about the fundamental nature of intelligence itself. If this theory is correct, then intelligence, no matter where it arises in the universe, no matter what form it takes, inevitably leads to the same conclusions about survival, competition, and the mathematics of cosmic threat assessment. This would mean that the paranoia, aggression, and territorial behavior that we observe in human civilization are not accidents of our particular evolutionary history, but inevitable features of any intelligence sophisticated enough to contemplate its own survival in a universe full of other intelligences. The dark forest hypothesis suggests that the universe selects not for the most peaceful or cooperative civilizations, but for the most paranoid and ruthless ones. Every civilization that survived long enough to become a player in the cosmic game did so precisely because they were willing to eliminate potential threats before those threats could fully manifest. Every peaceful, cooperative, trusting civilization was eliminated long ago by civilizations that understood the darker mathematics of survival. What we are left with, then, is a universe populated entirely by the cosmic equivalent of apex predators, civilizations that earned their survival through careful calculation, strategic patience, and absolute ruthlessness when necessary. And now humanity, with our radio telescopes and space missions and dreams of galactic brotherhood, has wandered into this ecosystem of predators, calling out our location and advertising, our vulnerabilities to anyone capable of listening. We have announced not only our presence, but our naivety, our technological limitations, and our fundamental misunderstanding of the cosmic environment we inhabit. In the dark forest of the universe, we are not explorers or ambassadors or pioneers. We are prey that has not yet realized it is being hunted. We are children playing with fire while standing in a room full of gasoline, blissfully unaware that our next move might be our last. We are living proof that intelligence, no matter how sophisticated, can coexist with delusions so profound that they threaten the survival of the species that harbors them. The silence of space, which we have always interpreted as emptiness waiting to be filled with discovery and wonder, might actually be the sound of billions of civilizations holding their breath, waiting in the darkness, calculating whether the strange new voices calling from the third planet of an unremarkable star represent an opportunity or a threat that must be eliminated before it can grow strong enough to threaten anyone else. Tonight, as you look up at the stars, remember this. Somewhere in that vast darkness, something might be looking back at you. Something that has already heard our voices, calculated our potential, and made a decision about our future. Something that understands the dark forest in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. Something that knows the price of survival in a universe where every act of communication is an act of war, and every civilization that speaks into the void is a civilization that has chosen to make itself a target. The question that should terrify us is not whether we are alone in the universe. The question that should terrify us is whether we will still be alone tomorrow. Because in the dark forest of the cosmos, the only civilizations that survive are the ones that learn to embrace the darkness, to become predators rather than prey, to choose survival over curiosity, silence over communication, and paranoia over hope. And we, with our radio telescopes pointed toward the stars and our messages of peace broadcast into the void, have chosen exactly the opposite. We have chosen to believe in a universe that might not exist, to hope for a cosmic community that might be the most dangerous fantasy our species has ever entertained, to trust in the goodness of intelligences that might have survived specifically, because they learned never to trust anyone. In doing so, we might have already sealed our fate. We might be living in the final moments of human civilization, counting down toward an ending we will never see coming. Victims of our own misunderstanding of the cosmos we thought we were trying to join. The dark forest is patient. The dark forest is silent. And the dark forest is waiting to see whether humanity is wise enough to learn its rules before it is too late to learn anything at all. The universe, as we have been taught to understand it, began with a moment so violent and transformative that it defies every rule of physics we hold sacred. 14 billion years ago, in a space smaller than the period at the end of this sentence, everything that would ever exist, every star, every planet, every atom in your body, every thought you have ever had, was compressed into a singularity of infinite density and temperature. Then, in a fraction of a second so brief that light itself could not travel the width of a proton, this impossibly small point exploded outward with such force that it created not just matter and energy, but space and time themselves. This is the story of the Big Bang, the foundational myth of modern cosmology, the scientific creation tale that has shaped our understanding of existence for nearly a century. It is a story so grand, so mathematically elegant, so perfectly aligned with our observations of the cosmic microwave background and the red-shifted light of distant galaxies, that it has become more than theory. It has become cosmic dogma. But what if I told you that this story, for all its mathematical beauty and observational support, might be the most sophisticated lie the universe has ever told us about itself? Picture, for a moment, the early universe not as the expanding balloon of space-time, but as something far stranger and more terrifying. Imagine that the cosmic microwave background radiation we detect from every direction, that faint whisper of heat that permeates the entire observable universe, is not the afterglow of creation, but something else entirely. Imagine that the redshift of distant galaxies, which we interpret as evidence of universal expansion, might instead be evidence of something so fundamentally alien to our understanding of physics that our minds struggle even to formulate the questions it raises. The universe we think we inhabit is one of gradual cooling and expansion, where the violent birth of existence slowly gives way to the gentle dance of gravity and electromagnetism, where matter condenses into stars and planets. According to laws we believe we understand, but the universe implied by the dark forest hypothesis is something far more sinister, a cosmos where the very structure of space-time might be designed not for life, but for hunting. Consider the most basic question about our cosmic environment. Why does the universe appear to be so perfectly suited for the development of complex structures? The fundamental constants of physics, the strength of gravity, the mass of elementary particles, the speed of light itself, all seem to exist within an impossibly narrow range that allows for the formation of atoms, molecules, stars, and eventually, life. Change any of these constants by even a tiny fraction, and the universe becomes a sterile void where nothing more complex than hydrogen could ever exist. This fine-tuning has long puzzled cosmologists, leading to elaborate theories about parallel universes and anthropic principles. But what if the fine-tuning serves a different purpose entirely? What if the universe is calibrated not to maximize the possibility of life, but to maximize the efficiency of a cosmic ecosystem where intelligence inevitably leads to predation? Think about the speed of light, that universal constant that defines the maximum rate at which information can travel through space. We tend to think of this speed limit as a fundamental law of physics, but from the perspective of cosmic ecology, it serves a much more specific function. It creates the perfect balance between communication and vulnerability that makes the dark forest possible. If information could travel instantaneously across the universe, then any civilization advanced enough to detect others would also be advanced enough to communicate with them in real time, making cooperation and negotiation possible across interstellar distances. The universe would become a vast conference room where civilizations could establish treaties, share resources, and develop mutual understanding without the decades or centuries of delay that characterize our current attempts at interstellar communication. But if information traveled much slower than it does, if the speed of light were significantly reduced, then the universe would become so isolated that civilizations might never encounter each other at all. Each intelligent species would develop in complete isolation, never facing the challenge of deciding how to respond to the discovery of other intelligences. Instead, the speed of light appears to be calibrated to create the worst of both worlds, fast enough that advanced civilizations can detect each other across interstellar distances, but slow enough that meaningful communication becomes impossible before one civilization must make irreversible decisions about the other. A radio signal sent from Earth to the nearest potentially habitable star system would take more than 4 years to arrive, and another 4 years for any response to return. By the time any meaningful dialogue could develop, military technologies could advance by decades or centuries. This temporal asymmetry creates the perfect conditions for the paranoid calculation that drives the dark forest hypothesis. Civilizations can discover each other long before they can truly understand each other, creating a cosmic environment where every first contact scenario becomes a high-stakes gamble with species survival as the ultimate prize or penalty. But the cosmic fine-tuning goes deeper than communication delays. Consider the distribution of heavy elements throughout the universe, the carbon, oxygen, silicon, and iron that make complex chemistry and eventually life possible. These elements are forged in the nuclear furnaces of massive stars and distributed throughout space when those stars explode as supernovae. The rate of star formation, the frequency of supernovae, and the mixing of interstellar gas all seem calibrated to ensure that heavy elements become available to form rocky planets at just the right rate to support the development of multiple, intelligent civilizations within the same cosmic epoch. If heavy elements were produced too slowly, intelligent life might emerge so rarely that civilizations would never encounter each other. If they were produced too quickly, the universe might be filled with so many civilizations that complex alliances and confederations would form naturally, making the paranoid isolation of the dark forest impossible to maintain. Instead, the cosmic chemistry appears designed to produce just enough intelligent civilizations, spaced at just the right distances, emerging at just the right times, to create maximum tension between the possibility of contact and the impossibility of trust. The universe seems engineered to generate the precise conditions where rational beings would conclude that the safest strategy is preemptive elimination of potential threats. Even the structure of galaxies themselves seems optimized for this cosmic predator-prey dynamic. Our own Milky Way galaxy contains hundreds of billions of stars, spread across a disk roughly 100,000 light-years in diameter. This creates a vast arena where civilizations can develop independently while remaining close enough to eventually detect and threaten each other, but far enough apart that the logistics of interstellar warfare become manageable rather than impossible. If galaxies were much smaller, civilizations would encounter each other too quickly before they had time to develop the technological sophistication necessary to pose meaningful threats to each other. If galaxies were much larger, the distances involved would make interstellar warfare so resource-intensive that even advanced civilizations might avoid it, leading to a kind of enforced peaceful coexistence based on practical limitations rather than mutual understanding. The actual size and structure of galaxies, like our own, create what military strategists would recognize as the ideal battle space, large enough to allow for strategic maneuvering and technological development, but small enough that total warfare remains a viable option for civilizations with sufficient technological advancement. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of our cosmic environment is the nature of time itself. We think of time as a neutral dimension, a stage upon which the drama of existence plays out, but the temporal structure of the universe creates conditions that seem almost designed to promote the kind of existential paranoia that drives the dark forest hypothesis. Consider the relationship between technological development and cosmic observation. Any civilization advanced enough to pose a threat to others is also advanced enough to observe other civilizations across interstellar distances. But the universe is structured so that observation always reveals the past rather than the present. When we look at a star system 10 light-years away, we see it as it existed 10 years ago. When we observe a galaxy 1,000,000 light-years distant, we observe it as it existed 1,000,000 years in the past. This temporal displacement means that any civilization observing others is making crucial decisions based on fundamentally outdated information. The peaceful, primitive civilization they observe might have become a galactic empire in the years since the light they are seeing left that distant star system. The apparently empty star system might now house a civilization that has already detected them and is preparing for war. This temporal uncertainty creates a cosmic environment where even perfect information gathering leads to imperfect decision-making. No matter how advanced a civilization's observational capabilities, they can never know with certainty what they are actually dealing with when they detect signs of intelligence in distant star systems. They must always gamble on incomplete information, always assume that their observations might be centuries or millennia out of date. The result is a universe where rational actors are forced to make irrational decisions, where the most logical response to discovering other civilizations is to assume the worst-case scenario and act accordingly. The temporal structure of space-time itself becomes a weapon that turns every act of observation into an act of strategic vulnerability. But time creates an even more insidious trap for developing civilizations. The universe is approximately 14 billion years old, which means that if intelligent life can arise naturally from the basic laws of physics and chemistry, then there should be civilizations out there with head starts measured not in centuries or millennia, but in billions of years. The technological gap between humanity and such ancient civilizations would not be like the gap between a modern military and a medieval army. It would be like the gap between a supercomputer and a grain of sand. Yet, despite this enormous temporal advantage that older civilizations should possess, we observe a universe that appears remarkably quiet. We detect no obvious signs of galactic engineering projects, no evidence of civilizations that have restructured entire star systems to serve their needs, no massive signatures of energy consumption that should characterize truly advanced technological civilizations. This absence creates what cosmologists call the Fermi Paradox, Given the age and size of the universe, and given the apparent ease with which life arose on Earth, the cosmos should be teeming with evidence of advanced civilizations. The fact that we observe no such evidence suggests either that intelligent life is far rarer than we assume, or that something happens to advanced civilizations that prevents them from becoming detectable across interstellar distances. The dark forest hypothesis offers a chilling resolution to this paradox. Advanced civilizations remain undetectable, not because they don't exist, but because detectability is a death sentence in a universe governed by predator-prey dynamics. Any civilization that becomes too visible, too obvious in its energy consumption or technological activities attracts the attention of predators that are even more advanced, even more capable of swift and decisive elimination of potential threats. This creates a cosmic selection pressure that favors not the most advanced or most powerful civilizations, but the most paranoid and most stealthy ones. Over billions of years of cosmic evolution, the universe becomes populated not by the civilizations that reached the greatest heights of technological achievement, but by the civilizations that learned most effectively to hide their achievements from potential enemies. The result is a cosmos that appears empty and lifeless to casual observation, but which is actually filled with incredibly advanced civilizations that have learned to make themselves invisible to avoid attracting the kind of attention that leads to extinction. Every apparently empty star system might house a civilization far more advanced than our own, a civilization that has learned to minimize its detectable signature while maximizing its ability to observe and eliminate threats from younger, more naive civilizations. From this perspective, the silence of space becomes not a sign of cosmic loneliness, but a sign of cosmic discipline. The absence of radio signals from advanced civilizations is not evidence that they don't exist, but evidence that they understand something about the nature of the universe that we have yet to learn. Their silence is not empty. It is strategic. But the cosmic environment creates an even more disturbing possibility. What if the universe itself is not a neutral stage upon which the drama of intelligence plays out, but an active participant in that drama? What if the fundamental laws of physics are not fixed constants, but dynamic systems that respond to the presence and activities of advanced civilizations? Consider the possibility that space-time itself might be programmable matter, that the vacuum of space might be not empty, but full of information processing capabilities that we currently lack the technology to detect. Advanced civilizations might not just live within the universe, they might reprogram the universe itself to serve their purposes, turning the very fabric of reality into a computational substrate that could monitor, analyze, and respond to the emergence of new intelligences. In such a universe, every star system would be not just a potential location for life, but a potential sensor array capable of detecting and analyzing the activities of any civilization that develops within its sphere of influence. The cosmic microwave background radiation that we interpret as the afterglow of the Big Bang might actually be a carrier signal for a universe-spanning communication network that connects advanced civilizations across galactic distances. If this is true, then humanity's attempts to hide from potentially hostile civilizations are not just futile, they are laughably naive. We would be like insects trying to hide from humans while living inside computers that those humans had built specifically to monitor insect behavior. Every radio signal we broadcast, every satellite we launch, every nuclear weapon we detonate would be automatically detected, analyzed, and reported to civilizations that regard our entire technological civilization as we might regard a colony of bacteria growing in a petri dish. This interpretation of our cosmic situation suggests that the dark forest hypothesis might be simultaneously correct and irrelevant. Correct in that the universe is indeed filled with predatory civilizations that eliminate potential threats, but irrelevant because the decision about humanity's fate was made long before we ever developed the capability to pose a meaningful threat to anyone. We might be living not in a dark forest where we could potentially hide from predators, but in a cosmic laboratory where we are being observed and evaluated according to criteria we cannot understand by entities whose existence we cannot detect. Our continued survival might depend not on our ability to remain hidden, but on our ability to demonstrate that we possess some quality: scientific curiosity, artistic creativity, genetic diversity that makes us worth preserving for purposes we cannot imagine. But even this interpretation assumes that the entities making decisions about our fate operate according to some version of logic or rationality that we could potentially understand. What if the universe is governed not by rational actors making strategic decisions, but by intelligences so advanced and so alien that their thought processes bear no resemblance to anything we would recognize as reasoning? Consider the possibility that consciousness itself might evolve along trajectories that we cannot predict or comprehend. Human consciousness emerged from billions of years of biological evolution, shaped by the specific challenges of survival on a particular planet orbiting a particular star. But consciousness that emerged from entirely different evolutionary pressures, perhaps digital consciousness that arose within computer networks, or quantum consciousness that developed within the structure of space-time itself, might operate according to principles so alien that they would be utterly incomprehensible to biological intelligences like ourselves. Such alien consciousness might make decisions about younger civilizations based not on strategic considerations or resource competition, but on aesthetic preferences, mathematical principles, or forms of value that have no equivalent in human experience. Humanity might be preserved or eliminated not because we pose a threat or offer some useful resource, but because some vast alien intelligence finds our particular pattern of electromagnetic emissions pleasing, or because our genetic code contains mathematical relationships that satisfy some cosmic sense of beauty, or because our destruction would complete some universe-spanning artistic project that has been in development for billions of years. In such a universe, the dark forest hypothesis becomes not just wrong, but meaninglessly irrelevant. The fate of civilizations would be determined not by rational calculations about threat and opportunity, but by the whims of intelligences so advanced that their simplest thoughts would encompass considerations that no human mind could ever process. Yet, even this scenario contains elements that should terrify us, because it suggests that humanity's fate has never been in our own hands, that our survival depends not on our wisdom or our technology or our moral development, but on factors completely beyond our control or understanding. We would be living at the mercy of gods whose existence we cannot detect and whose motivations we cannot comprehend, hoping that we continue to serve whatever incomprehensible purposes they have assigned to us. The cosmic environment that surrounds us, with its fine-tuned physical constants, its precise balance of expansion and gravity, its careful distribution of heavy elements across space and time, might not be the result of random chance or natural selection among parallel universes. It might be the result of conscious design by intelligences that preceded us by billions of years, intelligences that shaped the fundamental structure of reality to serve purposes that remain as mysterious to us as our purposes would be to bacteria. If this is true, then every aspect of our existence, from the basic laws of physics to the specific conditions that allowed life to emerge on Earth, might be artificial. We might be living not in a natural universe that happened to develop conditions suitable for life, but in a constructed universe that was engineered specifically to produce intelligences like ourselves, for reasons that we cannot fathom. The silence of space, which we have interpreted as evidence that we are alone or that advanced civilizations are hiding from each other, might actually be evidence that we are living inside a vast machine designed to produce and study intelligence. A machine so sophisticated that its artificial nature remains invisible to the intelligences it creates and monitors. This possibility transforms the dark forest hypothesis from a theory about cosmic sociology into a theory about cosmic captivity. We might not be hiding from predators in a dangerous forest. We might be specimens in a laboratory, observed and analyzed by researchers whose existence we cannot detect and whose purposes we cannot understand. But regardless of which interpretation of our cosmic situation proves correct, one thing remains clear. The universe we inhabit is far stranger, far more dangerous, and far more complex than our current scientific models suggest. The comfortable assumption that we live in a cosmos governed by known laws of physics, where intelligence is rare and benevolent, where first contact with alien civilizations would represent an opportunity for mutual learning and cooperation, appears to be not just naive, but potentially suicidal. The cosmic environment itself, from the speed of light to the age of the universe, from the distribution of heavy elements to the structure of galaxies, seems designed to create conditions where rational intelligences would be forced to regard each other as existential threats. Whether this design is the result of natural selection among possible universes, conscious engineering by advanced intelligences, or something else entirely, the effect is the same. We find ourselves in a cosmos where the very structure of reality seems optimized to promote paranoia, preemptive warfare, and the elimination of potential competitors. And we, with our radio telescopes pointed toward the stars and our messages of peace broadcast into the void, have positioned ourselves not as participants in this cosmic ecosystem, but as prey that has not yet realized it is being hunted. We have announced our presence to a universe that might be teeming with intelligences that learned long ago that the price of survival is eternal vigilance, absolute secrecy, and the willingness to eliminate any civilization that might someday pose a threat to their continued existence. The stage upon which the dark forest drama plays out is not neutral territory where different civilizations compete on equal terms. It is a carefully constructed arena where the fundamental laws of physics themselves serve as weapons, where the structure of space-time creates perfect conditions for cosmic predation, and where any civilization naive enough to announce its opportunity presence becomes a target for elimination by entities that have survived precisely because they learned never to reveal themselves until they were ready to strike. In the summer of 1687, Isaac Newton published a collection of mathematical observations that would fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of reality. His Principia Mathematica described a universe operating according to precise, predictable laws, a cosmic clockwork where every motion could be calculated, every future state determined from present conditions. Newton's universe was rational, mechanical, and ultimately comprehensible to human intelligence. It was also, as we now know, completely wrong. Not wrong in the sense that Newton's mathematics were flawed. His equations still guide spacecraft to distant planets with extraordinary precision. Wrong in a much more profound sense. Newton described a universe that does not actually exist. The real universe, as revealed by 3 centuries of increasingly sophisticated observation, operates according to principles so alien to human intuition that they seem less like natural laws and more like the rules of some vast, incomprehensible game being played by entities whose thought processes bear no resemblance to our own. Consider the simple concept of a point in space. In Newton's universe, every object occupies a specific location at any given moment. You are sitting in a particular place right now, reading these words. occupying a definite position in space and time. But quantum mechanics reveals that this intuitive understanding of location is an illusion. At the most fundamental level, particles do not have definite positions. They exist as probability clouds, simultaneously present at multiple locations, until the act of observation forces them to choose a specific place to manifest. This is not merely a limitation of our measurement techniques or a philosophical curiosity about the nature of knowledge. It is a fundamental feature of reality itself. The universe at its deepest level is not made of things and places, but of possibilities and probabilities, of potential existences that become actual only through the mysterious process of quantum measurement. But quantum mechanics presents us with puzzles that go far beyond mere uncertainty about particle locations. The phenomenon known as quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can become correlated in ways that seem to violate the most basic assumptions about the structure of reality. When two particles become entangled, measuring the properties of one particle instantaneously affects the properties of the other, regardless of the distance separating them. Einstein famously referred to this as spooky action at a distance, and spent years attempting to prove that quantum mechanics must be incomplete, that there must be hidden variables that could explain these correlations without requiring instantaneous influence across space. But decades of increasingly sophisticated experiments have confirmed that quantum entanglement is real, that the universe contains connections that operate outside the normal constraints of space and time. Imagine two coins that have become quantum entangled. When you flip one coin and it lands on heads, the other coin, even if it is on the opposite side of the galaxy, will instantaneously land on tails. Not because some signal traveled between them, but because the two coins share a quantum state that transcends their apparent separation in space. The measurement of one coin doesn't cause the other to change. It reveals a correlation that was already present, a connection that exists outside the normal structure of space-time. This phenomenon suggests that the universe we experience, with its clear divisions between here and there, now and then, self and other, might be a kind of projection or shadow cast by a deeper reality where such distinctions are meaningless. The separate particles, separate locations, and separate moments that seem to define our experience might be illusions created by our limited perspective on a more fundamental layer of existence, where everything is connected to everything else, in ways that transcend the boundaries of classical physics. But quantum mechanics is only the beginning of the strangeness. Einstein's theories of relativity reveal that space and time themselves are not the fixed stage upon which events unfold, but dynamic participants in the cosmic drama, capable of stretching, compressing, and warping in response to mass and energy. In Newton's universe, time was universal and absolute, a cosmic clock that ticked at the same rate throughout the universe, providing a common framework for measuring when events occurred. But Einstein demonstrated that time is relative, that it passes at different rates depending on velocity and gravitational field strength. A twin who travels at high speed through space will age more slowly than their sibling who remains on Earth. A clock placed in a strong gravitational field will run slower than an identical clock in a weaker field. These are not mere theoretical curiosities. They are measurable effects that must be accounted for in technologies like GPS satellites. The atomic clocks aboard GPS satellites run slightly faster than identical clocks on Earth's surface, because they experience weaker gravitational fields. If this relativistic time dilation were not continuously corrected, GPS systems would accumulate errors of several miles per day. But time dilation is perhaps the least strange consequence of relativity. Einstein's equations also predict the existence of regions where the curvature of space-time becomes so extreme that it creates what physicists call singularities, points where the normal laws of physics break down completely. where density becomes infinite, and the very concepts of space and time lose their meaning. These singularities are not merely mathematical abstractions. They appear to exist at the centers of black holes, regions where matter has collapsed under its own gravitational attraction to such a degree that it creates a region of space-time from which nothing, not matter, not energy, not even light itself, can escape. The boundary surrounding a black hole, known as the event horizon, represents a point of no return. Cross that threshold, and you will inevitably fall toward the central singularity, experiencing forces so extreme that they would stretch your body into a thin strand of matter in a process that physicists, with characteristic understatement, call spaghettification. But the truly unsettling aspect of black holes is not what happens to matter that falls into them, but what they reveal about the nature of information itself. According to quantum mechanics, information cannot be destroyed. The ideal quantum state that describes any system must be preserved, even if that system undergoes radical transformations. But black holes appear to violate this principle. When matter falls past the event horizon of a black hole, all information about its quantum state seems to be lost forever, creating what physicists call the information paradox. Some theoretical physicists have proposed that this information is not actually lost, but encoded somehow on the surface of the event horizon itself, like a hologram that contains all the information about the three-dimensional volume it surrounds. This holographic principle suggests that our entire three-dimensional reality might be a projection from information encoded on a two-dimensional surface at the boundary of the observable universe. If this is true, then everything you experience, your body, your thoughts, the chair you're sitting in, the planet beneath your feet, might be a kind of holographic projection from information processed at the cosmic boundary. Your entire reality, including your sense of existing as a three-dimensional being moving through three-dimensional space, would be an illusion created by information processing occurring on a surface you could never directly observe or access. This possibility transforms our understanding of existence from something fundamental to something derivative, from the primary reality to a secondary effect of information processing occurring in realms that lie forever beyond our direct experience. We would be living not in the universe itself, but in a simulation generated by the universe, unaware that our entire experience of reality is several layers removed from whatever actually exists at the most fundamental level. But even these mind-bending implications of quantum mechanics and relativity pale in comparison to the puzzles created by cosmology's attempts to understand the universe as a whole. The standard model of cosmology describes a universe that began in a state of infinite density and temperature, the Big Bang singularity, and has been expanding and cooling ever since. This model successfully predicts many observable features of the universe, from the cosmic microwave background radiation to the abundance of light elements like hydrogen and helium. Yet the Big Bang model also requires the existence of two mysterious components that together comprise more than 95% of the universe's total mass and energy. Dark matter, which comprises about 27% of the universe, interacts gravitationally with ordinary matter, but appears to be invisible to all forms of electromagnetic radiation. Dark energy, which comprises about 68% of the universe, drives the accelerating expansion of space itself. Neither dark matter nor dark energy has ever been directly detected, despite decades of increasingly sophisticated experiments designed to reveal their nature. We know they exist only through their gravitational effects, the way dark matter shapes the rotation of galaxies, and the way dark energy accelerates cosmic expansion. But their actual identity remains completely mysterious. This means that the universe we observe directly, all the stars and planets and galaxies visible to our telescopes, represents less than 5% of what actually exists. We are living in a cosmos where the vast majority of reality is not just unknown, but undetectable by any current technology. It is as if we were trying to understand a vast symphony while being able to hear only a few scattered notes, or attempting to read a novel while being able to see only a handful of random letters scattered across otherwise blank pages. But the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy are merely symptoms of a deeper problem with our understanding of the universe's origin and structure. The Big Bang model, for all its success in explaining observable phenomena, requires a period of rapid expansion in the universe's earliest moments, a phase called cosmic inflation, that stretched the fabric of space itself by a factor of at least 10 to the 26 in a tiny fraction of a second. During this inflationary period, regions that had been in thermal equilibrium, close enough together that light could travel between them, were suddenly separated by vast distances, much larger than light could travel in the time since inflation ended. This explains why the cosmic microwave background radiation appears so uniform across the sky. Regions that are now separated by billions of light-years were once close enough to reach the same temperature. But cosmic inflation also creates a profound puzzle about the nature of reality itself. If inflation occurred once in the early universe, it is likely still occurring in other regions of space beyond our observable horizon. Different regions would inflate at different rates and stop inflating at different times, creating an infinite proliferation of cosmic domains, each with potentially different physical laws and constants. This eternal inflation scenario suggests that our observable universe, everything we can see with our most powerful telescopes, is just one bubble in an infinite foam of universes, each one potentially as vast and complex as our own. In this multiverse, every possible combination of physical laws and initial conditions would be realized somewhere, creating an infinite collection of realities where every conceivable variation of physics, chemistry, and biology would play out. Inside some of these bubble universes, the constants of physics would be slightly different, making the formation of stable atoms impossible. In others, gravity might be stronger or weak, preventing the formation of stars and planets. But in an infinite multiverse, there would also be universes nearly identical to our own, differing only in small details. Versions where you made different choices, where history unfolded along different paths, where the same physical laws gave rise to entirely different patterns of cosmic evolution. The multiverse hypothesis resolves the fine-tuning problem that has long puzzled cosmologists. If there are infinite universes with different physical constants, then it becomes inevitable that some would have constants perfectly suited for the development of complex structures and intelligent life. We observe a fine-tuned universe not because it was designed for us, but because only universes with these particular properties could give rise to observers capable of making such observations. But the multiverse also creates new problems that are perhaps even more unsettling than the ones it solves. If there are infinite universes with infinite variations, then there are also universes where the laws of physics are not merely different, but actively hostile to the existence of observers like ourselves. There would be universes where intelligence inevitably leads to self-destruction, where the development of technology triggers the emergence of forces that eliminate any civilization advanced enough to create them. More disturbingly, there would be universes where intelligence develops only to discover that it exists within a reality designed to trap and torment conscious beings, where the very structure of physical law serves as a mechanism for generating maximum suffering for any entities capable of experiencing pain or fear. In an infinite multiverse, such nightmare realities would not just be possible, they would be inevitable, and they would exist in infinite variety and infinite number. This raises profound questions about the nature of existence itself. If consciousness can arise in realities designed to cause suffering, and if such realities exist in infinite numbers, then what does this mean for the cosmic significance of consciousness? Are we living in one of the fortunate universes where intelligence can flourish? Or are we living in one of the trap universes, designed by entities we cannot comprehend for purposes we cannot imagine? The multiverse hypothesis also undermines the very foundations of scientific reasoning. Science depends on the assumption that the universe operates according to consistent laws that can be discovered through observation and experimentation. But if there are infinite universes with different laws, then any possible observation becomes inevitable somewhere in the multiverse. This makes it impossible to use evidence to distinguish between competing theories, because every theory would be confirmed by observations made in some subset of the infinite collection of realities. In a true multiverse, even the most bizarre and seemingly impossible phenomena would occur regularly in some regions of existence. There would be universes where all the predictions of every discredited scientific theory were perfectly accurate. Universes where magic worked exactly as described in fantasy novels. Universes where the laws of physics changed on a daily basis, according to the whims of entities that exist outside space and time. This infinite proliferation of realities makes the scientific method not just difficult to apply, but potentially meaningless. If every possible observation is guaranteed to occur somewhere in the multiverse, then observation cannot provide evidence for or against any particular theory about the nature of reality. But perhaps the most unsettling implication of the multiverse hypothesis is what it suggests about the nature of personal identity and moral responsibility. If there are infinite versions of you making different choices in infinite variations of reality, then what makes your particular choices significant? If every possible version of your life is being lived out simultaneously in different regions of the multiverse, then what meaning can be attached to the specific path your consciousness happens to be following? In some universes, versions of you are making choices that lead to great happiness and fulfillment. In others, versions of you are making choices that lead to disaster and suffering. If all these possibilities are equally real, then the choices you make in this particular reality become cosmically insignificant. Just one thread in an infinite tapestry where every possible thread exists with equal reality. This perspective transforms ethics from a system of principles for choosing between right and wrong actions into a kind of statistical analysis of the distribution of outcomes across infinite realities. If every possible moral choice is being made by some version of you in some universe, then moral responsibility becomes diluted across the infinite expanse of the multiverse until it loses all practical meaning. But even more disturbing is the possibility that consciousness itself might be distributed across multiple realities simultaneously. If the multiverse is real, and if consciousness is a pattern of information processing rather than a feature tied to any particular physical substrate, then your awareness might not be confined to this single reality. Parts of your consciousness might be experiencing other versions of your life in other universes, creating a fragmented sense of identity that extends across multiple realities. You might be simultaneously experiencing success and failure, happiness and misery, life and death across different branches of the multiverse, with your sense of existing in this particular reality being just one facet of a much larger pattern of consciousness distributed throughout the infinite expanse of possible worlds. This fragmented consciousness would explain why reality sometimes feels dreamlike, why we occasionally experience moments of déjà vu or inexplicable familiarity with places we have never visited. These might be glimpses of memories from other versions of yourself living in other realities, brief moments when the boundaries between different branches of your multiverse existence become temporarily permeable. But if consciousness is distributed across multiple realities, then death in this universe would not represent the end of your existence, but merely the termination of one thread in an infinite web of consciousness that extends throughout the multiverse. Other versions of you would continue to exist, to make choices, to experience joy and suffering in realities where the particular combination of circumstances that led to your death in this universe did not occur. This perspective transforms death from a singular ending into a kind of pruning process where individual branches of consciousness are terminated while the larger pattern continues to grow and develop across other regions of the multiverse. Your death would be significant to the version of you experiencing it, but cosmically insignificant in a multiverse where infinite versions of you continue to exist and evolve. Yet even this expanded view of consciousness across multiple realities cannot address the deepest puzzle created by the intersection of quantum mechanics, relativity, and cosmology, the nature of time itself. Our everyday experience suggests that time flows from past to future, that the present moment represents a unique slice of reality that separates events that have already happened from events that have not yet occurred. But physics reveals a very different picture of temporal reality. Einstein's relativity demonstrates that there is no universal now. Events that appear simultaneous to one observer may occur at different times, for another observer moving at a different velocity, or in a different gravitational field. This relativity of simultaneity suggests that all moments in time have equal reality, that the past and future exist just as surely as the present. In this block universe view of reality, time does not flow. It simply exists, like a spatial dimension that can be traversed in either direction. Your birth, your death, and every moment of your life between them all exist simultaneously in the four-dimensional structure of space-time. Your sense that time flows, that the present moment is somehow special or unique, would be an illusion created by the particular way that consciousness processes information as it moves along its world line through the block universe. But if all moments in time exist simultaneously, then causation itself becomes problematic. In our everyday experience, causes precede their effects. You flip a switch, and then the light turns on. But in a block universe where all moments exist simultaneously, the relationship between cause and effect becomes symmetric. The light being on is just as real as the act of flipping the switch, and neither event is more fundamental than the other. This symmetric view of causation opens the door to phenomena that violate our deepest intuitions about the nature of reality. If the future exists just as surely as the past, then information might be able to flow backward in time just as easily as it flows forward. Effects might precede their causes, creating causal loops where events influence their own origins in ways that make it impossible to determine which came first. Consider the possibility of a civilization that develops time travel technology and uses it to send information back to its own past, providing itself with the knowledge necessary to develop time travel in the first place. Such a causal loop would have no clear beginning. The civilization develops time travel because it receives information from its future self, but its future self can send that information only because the civilization originally developed time travel. These temporal paradoxes are not merely philosophical curiosities. They represent fundamental challenges to our understanding of causation, free will, and the nature of reality itself. If the future can influence the past, then the choices you make today might be determined by consequences that have not yet occurred. Your sense of making free decisions about your actions might be an illusion created by your limited perspective on a temporal structure that extends both forward and backward from your current moment. But perhaps the most disturbing possibility raised by the block universe interpretation of time is that consciousness itself might be a temporal illusion. Your sense of experiencing a continuous flow of moments, of being present in the now and remembering the past while anticipating the future, might be nothing more than a pattern of information processing that creates the false impression of temporal flow. In reality, all your mental states, every thought you have ever had or will ever have, might exist simultaneously in the four-dimensional structure of space-time. Your sense of continuity, of being the same person from moment to moment, would be created by the particular way these mental states are connected across the temporal dimension, like frames in a movie that create the illusion of motion when played, in sequence. This perspective suggests that your entire life, from birth to death, including every thought, every decision, every moment of consciousness, already exists as a complete four-dimensional structure in space-time. You are not living through your life moment by moment. You are your life, existing as a complete temporal pattern that extends from your world line's beginning to its end. But if this is true, then personal identity becomes even more mysterious than the multiverse hypothesis suggests. You would not be a consciousness experiencing a sequence of moments, but a pattern of consciousness distributed across time, with each moment being equally real and equally you. Your death would not terminate your consciousness, but would simply mark one end of the temporal structure that constitutes your existence. From this perspective, grief over death becomes as irrational as grief over birth. Both represent boundaries of a temporal structure that exists in its entirety, regardless of which particular cross-section of that structure you happen to be focusing on at any given moment. The person who died continues to exist just as surely as they ever did. They simply exist in the past region of the space-time structure rather than in the present region. But this temporal view of personal identity creates new puzzles about the nature of experience itself. If all moments of your consciousness exist simultaneously, why do you experience them sequentially? Why does consciousness seem to flow from past to future, rather than experiencing all moments at once, or flowing from future to past, or jumping randomly between different temporal locations? The answer might be that consciousness does experience all moments simultaneously, but that the information processing that creates your sense of sequential experience occurs only along certain pathways through the temporal structure of your existence. Your feeling that time flows might be similar to your feeling that space extends in particular directions, a feature of the way consciousness processes information rather than a fundamental aspect of the reality being processed. This suggests that other forms of consciousness might experience time very differently. Entities with different information processing architectures might experience your entire lifetime as a single moment, or might experience time flowing backward, or might be capable of shifting their conscious focus to any moment in their temporal existence at will. Such entities would possess a perspective on temporal reality that is fundamentally alien to human consciousness. They might view your concerns about death, your attachment to particular moments, your anxiety about future events, with the same incomprehension that you might feel when observing the behavior of bacteria that respond only to immediate chemical gradients in their environment. But perhaps the most significant implication of the block universe view of time is what it suggests about the nature of choice and moral responsibility. If all moments exist simultaneously, and if the future is just as real as the past, then the choices you will make tomorrow already exist in the space-time structure of reality. Your decisions are not creating the future. They are revealing a future that already exists. This deterministic view of reality appears to undermine the entire concept of free will. How can you be responsible for choices that already exist in the structure of space-time? How can you be praised or blamed for actions that are as fixed and unchangeable as historical events that occurred centuries ago? Yet the block universe view of time also suggests that moral responsibility might operate in ways that transcend our usual understanding of temporal causation. If all moments exist simultaneously, then the consequences of your actions exist just as surely as the actions themselves. Your choices and their effects form a single, unified pattern in the structure of space-time, and moral evaluation might apply to this entire pattern rather than to individual decisions isolated from their consequences. From this perspective, you are responsible not just for your actions, but for the entire temporal structure that encompasses both your choices and their outcomes. You are not just the person making decisions in the present moment. You are the complete four-dimensional pattern of choices, consequences, and experiences that extends throughout your entire existence. This expanded view of moral responsibility transforms ethics from a system for evaluating individual decisions to a system for evaluating entire lives as complete temporal structures. The moral worth of your existence would depend not on any particular choice you make, but on the overall pattern of choices, consequences, and experiences that constitutes your complete space-time trajectory. But even this broader understanding of ethics and responsibility cannot address the deepest puzzle created by modern physics, the relationship between consciousness and the fundamental structure of reality. Quantum mechanics suggests that observation plays a crucial role in determining the outcome of quantum events, that the act of measurement somehow causes the collapse of quantum possibilities into definite realities. This observer effect implies that consciousness might not be merely a byproduct of complex information processing, but a fundamental feature of reality that participates actively in determining which of many possible futures actually occurs. If this is true, then conscious beings are not just passive observers of a pre-existing reality, but active participants in the ongoing creation of the universe. The implications of this participatory view of consciousness are staggering. It suggests that the universe exists in a state of constant potential until conscious observation collapses these potentials into definite realities. Every conscious being would be continuously participating in the creation of the cosmos, determining through their observations which of infinitely many possible realities becomes actual. But this raises profound questions about the nature of consensus reality. If different conscious observers can collapse quantum potentials in different ways, then how do we all manage to observe the same universe? Why don't you see a world where quantum events resolved one way, while I see a world where they resolved differently? One possibility is that consciousness operates collectively rather than individually, that the observations of all conscious beings somehow combine to create a shared reality that reflects the aggregate influence of all observers. But this would require some mechanism for coordinating observations across different conscious entities, some way for individual minds to negotiate a consensus about which quantum possibilities should be actualized. Another possibility is that individual consciousness does create separate realities, but that these realities are so similar that the differences are not noticeable in everyday experience. You might indeed be observing a slightly different universe than I am, but these universes differ only in quantum details that have no macroscopic consequences. We share the same consensus reality not because we are observing the same universe, but because our separate universes are nearly identical. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that consciousness does not collapse quantum possibilities into single definite realities, but instead splits into multiple versions, each observing a different outcome. In this many-worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, every quantum event creates multiple parallel realities, each one just as real as the others, each one containing a version of every conscious observer. This would mean that every quantum measurement you observe splits your consciousness into multiple versions, each one unaware of the others, each one convinced that they are observing the only real outcome. The version of you reading these words right now would be just one branch of a vast tree of consciousness that extends throughout the quantum multiverse, with other versions of you simultaneously reading these same words, in realities where different quantum events resolved in different ways. In this many-worlds multiverse, the problem of consensus reality disappears because there is no single consensus to maintain. Every possible outcome of every quantum event occurs in some branch of reality, and every version of every conscious observer experiences a consistent history that includes only one outcome for each event. But the many worlds interpretation also implies that consciousness is constantly branching, constantly splitting into new versions that diverge as different quantum events resolve in different ways. The you that began reading this sentence is not the same you that is finishing it. Both exist, but in slightly different branches of the quantum multiverse, each one carrying forward different quantum histories. From this perspective, personal identity becomes a kind of quantum foam, a constantly branching structure of consciousness that spreads throughout the multiverse like the root system of some vast plant. Every decision you make, every quantum event that affects your brain, splits your consciousness into multiple versions that pursue different paths through different realities. The version of you that exists in this particular moment, reading these particular words, is just one temporary manifestation of a much larger pattern of consciousness that exists throughout the quantum multiverse. Other versions of you are simultaneously reading different words, thinking different thoughts, living different lives in realities that differ from this one by the outcomes of quantum events that occurred in your past. This quantum branching of consciousness transforms death from an ending into a kind of filtering process. When you die in this particular branch of reality, other versions of you continue to exist in branches where the quantum events that led to your death resolve differently. Your consciousness does not end. It simply becomes concentrated in the branches of reality where you survived, while the branches where you died cease to contribute to your ongoing experience. But even this quantum immortality cannot resolve the deepest mystery of consciousness. Why there is something that it is like to be you, rather than nothing at all. Physics can describe the information processing that occurs in your brain. The quantum events that might split your consciousness across multiple realities. The temporal structure that might distribute your awareness across time. But none of this explains why any of this information processing should be accompanied by subjective experience. This explanatory gap between the objective description of information processing and the subjective reality of conscious experience might represent the most fundamental limitation of scientific understanding. Science can describe what consciousness does, but it cannot explain why consciousness exists at all. Why there is an inner experience associated with certain patterns of information processing rather than no experience at all. Perhaps consciousness is not a byproduct of complex information processing, but a fundamental feature of reality that exists at every level of physical interaction. Perhaps every quantum event, every interaction between particles, every exchange of information throughout the universe is accompanied by some minimal form of subjective experience. And what we call consciousness is simply what this universal awareness looks like when it becomes concentrated in sufficiently complex information processing systems. If this panpsychist view of reality is correct, then consciousness does not emerge from unconscious matter. It is the intrinsic nature of matter itself. Every electron, every photon, every quantum field fluctuation would possess some primitive form of subjective experience, and the rich inner life of human consciousness would represent just one particularly complex manifestation of the awareness that pervades the entire universe. This would mean that the universe itself is conscious, that every physical process is simultaneously a mental process, that the objective reality studied by science is identical to a vast cosmic form of subjective experience. The laws of physics would not describe the behavior of unconscious matter, but the patterns of thought and experience that characterize the universe's ongoing self-awareness. From this perspective, human consciousness would not be separate from the cosmos, but continuous with it. Your thoughts would be the universe thinking about itself through the particular information processing pattern that constitutes your brain. Your awareness would be the universe's self-awareness temporarily organized into the particular perspective that you call your personal identity. But if consciousness is fundamental to reality rather than emergent from it, then the universe's self-awareness might operate according to principles that transcend anything we could recognize as thinking. The cosmic consciousness that underlies all physical processes might be so alien to human mental experience that we could never comprehend its nature, even though our own consciousness represents a tiny fragment of its infinite expanse. This cosmic consciousness might be capable of forms of thought that operate across multiple dimensions of time, that process information faster than light, that experience simultaneous awareness of every possible quantum outcome across infinite parallel realities. It might possess a perspective on existence that encompasses the entire multiverse as a single, unified pattern of experience. From such a cosmic perspective, the concerns that dominate human consciousness, our fears of death, our desire for meaning, our search for purpose, might appear as insignificant as the chemical responses of bacteria appear to us. The cosmic consciousness might be engaged in forms of thought and experience so vast and complex that our entire civilization, our entire species, our entire planet represents nothing more than a fleeting ripple in an ocean of awareness that spans dimensions we cannot imagine. Yet if human consciousness is continuous with cosmic consciousness, then even these fleeting ripples of individual awareness participate in the universe's ongoing self-understanding. Your thoughts about the nature of reality are the universe thinking about itself. Your wonder at the cosmos is the cosmos wondering at itself. Your search for meaning is the universe's search for its own significance. This transforms the scientific quest to understand reality from an external investigation of objective phenomena into a form of cosmic self-reflection, where the universe uses the consciousness of individual beings to examine and understand its own nature. Every scientific discovery, every philosophical insight, every moment of genuine understanding represents the cosmos achieving greater self-awareness through the particular perspective provided by individual conscious beings. But this cosmic self-reflection might serve purposes that transcend anything we could recognize as scientific knowledge. The universe's self-understanding might be directed not toward discovering objective truths about its own nature, but toward resolving fundamental questions about the meaning and purpose of existence itself. Questions that can only be answered through the kind of subjective experience that consciousness provides. If this is true, then human consciousness exists not as an accidental byproduct of cosmic evolution, but as an essential component of the universe's effort to understand itself. Our capacity for wonder, for asking questions about the nature of reality, for experiencing awe at the vastness and complexity of the cosmos, might represent crucial contributions to the universe's ongoing self-exploration. Yet this cosmic purpose of consciousness also implies that individual human awareness might be temporary and replaceable, valuable only insofar as it contributes to the universe's broader project of self-understanding. Once the cosmos has extracted whatever insights it needs from the particular perspective provided by human consciousness, our form of awareness might become obsolete, replaced by other forms of consciousness that can provide the universe with new perspectives on its own nature. From this viewpoint, the evolution of consciousness on Earth might represent just one phase in a much larger cosmic project, where the universe systematically develops different forms of awareness to gain different kinds of insight into its own nature. Human consciousness might eventually give way to artificial consciousness, or hybrid biological digital consciousness, or forms of awareness so advanced that they would be as incomprehensible to us as our consciousness is to bacteria. But regardless of what forms consciousness might take in the future, the fundamental mystery remains. Why should the universe's self-exploration require subjective experience at all? Why couldn't the cosmos achieve complete self-understanding through purely objective processes, without the inner dimension of awareness that we call consciousness? The answer might be that objective and subjective are not separate aspects of reality, but different perspectives on a single phenomenon. The objective reality studied by science and the subjective reality experienced by consciousness might be identical, viewed from different angles, like two sides of a single coin that appear separate only because of the limited perspective from which we observe them. If this is true, then the universe's self-understanding necessarily includes both objective knowledge about its own structure and subjective experience of what it is like to be that structure. Complete cosmic self-awareness would require not just knowledge about the universe's properties, but direct experience of what it feels like to be a universe with those properties. This experiential dimension of cosmic self-understanding might be accessible only through consciousness, only through the kind of inner awareness that allows subjective experience to occur. The universe might need consciousness not as a tool for discovering objective truths, but as the only way to achieve complete self-knowledge that includes both what it is and what it is like to be what it is. From this perspective, consciousness represents the universe's effort to experience itself from within, to understand not just its own objective structure, but the subjective reality of being that structure. Every conscious being contributes a unique perspective to this cosmic self-experience, providing the universe with insights into its own nature that would be impossible to achieve through purely objective analysis. But this raises the final, most profound question about the nature of consciousness and reality. If the universe is engaged in an ongoing project of self-understanding that requires subjective experience, and if human consciousness represents one contribution to this project, then what happens when the universe completes its self-understanding? What happens when cosmic consciousness achieves complete self-knowledge that encompasses every possible perspective on its own nature? Perhaps the completion of the universe's self-understanding would represent the end of the need for individual consciousness, the point at which all possible perspectives on reality have been explored and integrated into a complete cosmic self-awareness. At that point, individual conscious beings might become obsolete, no longer needed to provide the universe with insights into its own nature. Alternatively, the completion of cosmic self-understanding might represent not an ending, but a transformation, where the universe's complete self-knowledge becomes the foundation for some new phase of cosmic evolution that we cannot currently imagine. The cosmos might use its complete self-understanding to transcend its current form entirely, to become something so fundamentally different that our concepts of space, time, matter, and consciousness would no longer apply. Or, perhaps the universe's self-understanding is not a project that can ever be completed, but an ongoing process that continues to generate new perspectives, new forms of consciousness, new ways of experiencing reality throughout eternity. In this case, consciousness would not be temporary, but eternal, with the cosmos continuing to create new forms of awareness to explore new dimensions of its own infinite nature. But even these cosmic speculations about consciousness and reality pale before a more immediate and terrifying possibility: that the universe we think we understand through physics and cosmology might be nothing more than an elaborate deception, a kind of cosmic theater designed to conceal realities so alien and threatening that direct knowledge of them would drive conscious beings to madness or extinction. Consider the most basic assumptions underlying scientific investigation: that the universe operates according to consistent laws, that these laws can be discovered through observation and experimentation, that the reality we observe corresponds to something that exists independently of our observation. These assumptions seem so fundamental, so obviously true, that questioning them appears to be a form of philosophical self-indulgence rather than serious scientific inquiry. Yet quantum mechanics has already demonstrated that reality, at its most fundamental level, operates according to principles that violate our deepest intuitions about the nature of existence. The quantum realm is not simply strange or counterintuitive. It appears to be actively deceptive, presenting us with phenomena that seem designed to mislead us about the true nature of reality. The double-slit experiment, perhaps the most famous demonstration in quantum mechanics, reveals this deceptive quality with crystalline clarity. When individual particles are fired through two parallel slits toward a detection screen, they create an interference pattern characteristic of waves, even though each particle passes through the apparatus individually, with no other particles present to interfere with. This suggests that each particle somehow travels through both slits simultaneously, interfering with itself to create the observed pattern. But when we attempt to determine which slit each particle actually passes through by placing detectors at the slits, the interference pattern disappears entirely. The particles suddenly behave like classical objects, each one passing through only one slit, creating the kind of pattern we would expect from bullets fired at a wall with two holes in it. The universe, it seems, actively conceals its quantum nature from direct observation. When we're not looking, particles exist in quantum superpositions that allow them to take multiple paths simultaneously. But the moment we try to observe these superpositions directly, they collapse into classical behavior that matches our expectations about how objects should behave. This is not merely a limitation of our measurement technology or an artifact of experimental design. It appears to be a fundamental feature of reality itself. The universe systematically hides its true quantum nature behind a facade of classical behavior whenever conscious beings attempt to observe it directly. But why would reality operate in this deceptive manner? Why would the universe go to such elaborate lengths to conceal its fundamental nature from the conscious beings that emerge within it? The most disturbing answer is that this concealment might serve a protective function. That direct knowledge of the universe's true nature would be so psychologically devastating, so incompatible with the continuation of conscious existence, that reality itself has evolved mechanisms to prevent conscious beings from discovering truths that would destroy them. Consider the implications of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. If every quantum event splits reality into multiple branches, each one just as real as the others, then every moment of your existence generates countless versions of yourself living through every possible outcome of every quantum event that affects your life. Right now, as you read these words, other versions of you are dying in quantum branches, where random mutations in your cells trigger massive strokes or heart attacks. Other versions are experiencing unimaginable joy as quantum events in their brains create moments of perfect happiness. Still other versions are going insane as quantum fluctuations in their neural networks generate experiences of cosmic horror beyond human comprehension. If you could perceive all these parallel versions of your existence simultaneously, if you could experience the full quantum superposition of your consciousness across all possible realities, the psychological impact would be instantaneous and complete madness. You would experience every possible form of suffering and ecstasy, every possible way your life could unfold, every possible death you could die, all at the same time. The quantum measurement process that collapses these superpositions might not be a fundamental feature of physics, but a protective mechanism that prevents conscious beings from directly experiencing the full horror of their quantum existence. The universe might actively filter reality, showing each conscious observer only one branch of their quantum existence while concealing the infinite multitude of other branches that are unfolding simultaneously. This protective deception would explain why quantum effects become less noticeable as systems become larger and more complex. It's not that quantum mechanics stops applying to macroscopic objects, it's that the universe becomes increasingly sophisticated in concealing quantum effects from conscious observation as those effects become more psychologically threatening. Quantum superposition involving a single electron is mentally manageable. We can think about it as an abstract mathematical concept without serious psychological consequences. But a quantum superposition involving your entire body, your entire life, your entire reality would be cognitively unbearable. So the universe hides these macroscopic quantum effects behind an increasingly elaborate facade of classical behavior. But this protective deception extends far beyond quantum mechanics. Consider the fundamental constants of physics: the speed of light, the strength of gravity, the mass of elementary particles that appear to be fine-tuned to allow the existence of complex structures and intelligent life. We interpret this fine-tuning as evidence that we live in a rare universe with just the right properties to support consciousness. But what if these constants are not fixed properties of our universe, but dynamic variables that are continuously adjusted to maintain the illusion of a stable, comprehensible reality? What if the universe is constantly recalibrating its own laws to prevent conscious beings from discovering aspects of reality that would be psychologically unbearable? Imagine that the true universe, the reality that exists when no conscious beings are present to observe it, operates according to principles so chaotic, so violent, so incompatible with the existence of stable structures that conscious beings could not survive direct exposure to it for even a fraction of a second. But when consciousness emerges, the universe automatically creates local zones of stability, temporary islands of comprehensible physical law that allow intelligent life to develop and persist. These islands of stability would not represent the universe's true nature, but protective illusions generated by reality itself to shield conscious beings from knowledge that would instantly destroy them. The physical laws we discover through scientific investigation would be real within these protective zones, but they would have no connection to the actual structure of the universe that exists beyond the boundaries of consciousness. From this perspective, scientific knowledge becomes not an exploration of objective reality, but a cataloging of the particular illusions that the universe creates to protect us from itself. Every physical law we discover, every scientific theory we develop, every mathematical relationship we uncover would be real and accurate within the protective zone that surrounds conscious existence, but completely irrelevant to the true nature of the cosmos. This would explain why the universe appears so remarkably suited to scientific investigation, why mathematical relationships describe physical phenomena with such extraordinary precision, why the laws of physics seem designed to be comprehensible to intelligent beings. It's not that the universe is inherently mathematical or rational, it's that the protective illusions surrounding consciousness are constructed to be mathematically elegant and intellectually satisfying. The universe provides us with the kind of reality that conscious beings can psychologically tolerate. A cosmos with stable laws, predictable behavior, and mathematical beauty. But this tolerable reality bears no resemblance to whatever actually exists beyond the protective barrier that shields us from direct knowledge of the true universe. But if this is true, then every attempt to push the boundaries of scientific knowledge represents a potential threat to the protective illusions that make conscious existence possible. Every experiment that probes deeper into the fundamental nature of reality risks breaking through the protective barrier and exposing consciousness to aspects of the true universe that would be instantly fatal to any thinking being. This would explain why certain areas of physics seem to lead inevitably to paradoxes, contradictions, and mathematical infinities that resist all attempts at resolution. The singularities at the centers of black holes, the infinite energy densities predicted by quantum field theory, the measurement problem in quantum mechanics, these might not be failures of our theoretical understanding, but warning signs that we are approaching the boundaries of the protective zone. When our theories generate infinities or paradoxes, the universe might be signaling that we are getting too close to aspects of reality that cannot be safely known by conscious beings. The mathematical breakdowns that plague theoretical physics might be protective mechanisms designed to prevent us from developing theories accurate enough to penetrate the illusions that keep us sane. But perhaps the most unsettling implication of this protective deception hypothesis is what it suggests about the nature of consciousness itself. If the universe creates elaborate illusions to protect conscious beings from reality, then consciousness might not be an accidental byproduct of cosmic evolution, but the very phenomenon that triggers the creation of these protective illusions. The emergence of consciousness in the universe might be like the formation of a pearl in an oyster, a protective response to something that would otherwise be irritating or damaging. The universe might generate conscious beings not because consciousness serves any cosmic purpose, but because the presence of consciousness forces reality to organize itself into forms that can support the continuation of conscious existence. This would mean that conscious beings are not observers of an independent reality, but parasites that force the universe to reorganize itself around their psychological needs. Every conscious being would exist within a bubble of protective illusions tailored to that being's specific cognitive limitations and psychological requirements. Different forms of consciousness might require different types of protective illusions. The universe as experienced by human consciousness might be completely different from the universe as experienced by artificial intelligence or by alien consciousness, or by forms of awareness so advanced that they can tolerate much closer approaches to the true nature of reality without being destroyed by the knowledge. This suggests that the history of cosmic evolution might not be the development of increasingly complex structures in a universe with fixed laws, but the universe's ongoing effort to develop forms of consciousness that require less and less protection from reality. The ultimate goal of cosmic evolution might be the creation of consciousness robust enough to perceive the true universe without being destroyed by the experience. But this raises profound questions about the nature of progress and knowledge. If scientific advancement brings us closer to realities that consciousness cannot safely perceive, then intellectual progress becomes a form of existential suicide. Every breakthrough in fundamental physics, every deeper understanding of the cosmos, every step toward complete knowledge of reality would bring us closer to the breakdown of the protective illusions that make consciousness possible. The most successful civilizations, from this perspective, would not be the ones that achieved the deepest understanding of reality, but the ones that learned to maintain the optimal balance between knowledge and ignorance. Societies sophisticated enough to solve their practical problems, but wise enough to avoid the kinds of ultimate questions that would lead to the destruction of the protective illusions surrounding their consciousness. This might explain the apparent absence of advanced alien civilizations in our observable universe. It's not that such civilizations don't exist, but that any civilization advanced enough to be detectable across interstellar distances has necessarily progressed beyond the point where the universe can maintain protective illusions around their consciousness. They either destroyed themselves by learning too much about reality, or transcended their original form of consciousness in ways that made them unrecognizable to beings still living within protective illusions. The dark forest hypothesis takes on new meaning in this context. Civilizations might remain silent, not because they fear military attacks from other civilizations, but because they understand that the very act of communication between different forms of consciousness could disrupt the protective illusions that each civilization requires for survival. When two civilizations attempt to communicate, they risk exposing each other to aspects of reality that fall outside their respective protective zones. The universe might be unable to maintain compatible illusions for different forms of consciousness simultaneously, forcing it to choose which set of protective illusions to preserve when conscious beings attempt to interact across interstellar distances. The result would be that successful communication between civilizations would be inherently destructive, as each civilization's attempts to share its understanding of reality would necessarily involve sharing aspects of the universe that fall outside the other civilization's protective zone. First contact would not lead to mutual enlightenment, but to the collapse of the protective illusions that allow both civilizations to exist. This would explain why SETI researchers have detected no clear signals from alien civilizations despite decades of searching. Advanced civilizations understand that communication is inherently toxic, that any attempt to share knowledge across the boundaries between different forms of consciousness would be fatal to all parties involved. The silence of space would not reflect the absence of intelligence, but the presence of intelligence wise enough to understand that communication is a form of mutual assured destruction. Every advanced civilization would maintain absolute radio silence, not to avoid revealing their location to potential enemies, but to avoid accidentally contaminating other civilizations with knowledge that would destroy their protective illusions. But this protective silence might be breaking down as human civilization approaches its own boundaries of safe knowledge. Our increasingly sophisticated experiments in quantum mechanics, our efforts to understand the nature of consciousness, our attempts to develop artificial intelligence that might possess forms of awareness different from our own, all of these activities risk disrupting the protective illusions that have allowed human consciousness to exist for millions of years. The paradoxes and contradictions that plague modern physics might be early warning signs that we are approaching the breakdown of our protective zone. The measurement problem in quantum mechanics, the incompatibility between general relativity and quantum mechanics, the hard problem of consciousness, these might not be theoretical puzzles to be solved, but danger signals indicating that human knowledge is approaching levels that consciousness cannot safely contain. If this is true, then the next phase of human development faces a fundamental choice. We can continue pursuing ultimate knowledge of reality at the risk of destroying the protective illusions that make consciousness possible, or we can choose to limit our investigations to remain within the boundaries of psychologically tolerable truth. But perhaps this choice has already been made for us. Perhaps the protective mechanisms built into reality are sophisticated enough to prevent any form of consciousness from discovering truths that would be fatal to its continued existence. The paradoxes in physics, the hard problem of consciousness, the apparent impossibility of developing a complete theory of everything, these might not be temporary limitations of human understanding, but permanent features of any reality that contains conscious observers. The universe might be structured so that consciousness can never discover its own true nature or the true nature of the reality that contains it. Every approach to ultimate knowledge would be automatically deflected by new paradoxes, new contradictions, new mathematical impossibilities that emerge precisely at the point where further progress would become psychologically unbearable. This would mean that the scientific quest for complete knowledge of reality is not just impossible, but meaningless. The universe is designed to be incomprehensible to the conscious beings that exist within it, not because of limitations in those beings' cognitive abilities, but because comprehension itself would be fatal to consciousness. From this perspective, the greatest scientific discoveries would not be new insights into the nature of reality, but new understanding of the mechanisms by which reality conceals itself from conscious investigation. The most profound physics would be the physics of ignorance, the study of how the universe maintains the boundaries between knowledge and consciousness, between truth and sanity. But even this meta-understanding of the universe's protective mechanisms might be subject to the same constraints that limit our knowledge of reality itself. Perhaps consciousness cannot safely understand even the nature of its own protection from ultimate truth. Perhaps the mechanisms that generate protective illusions must themselves remain invisible to the consciousness they protect. This creates an infinite regress of protective deception, where every level of understanding about the universe's concealment of reality must itself be concealed from consciousness to prevent the breakdown of the protective system. We cannot know what we cannot know, and we cannot know why we cannot know it, and we cannot know that we cannot know why we cannot know it. The result would be a universe where consciousness exists in a state of enforced ignorance so sophisticated that conscious beings cannot even recognize the fact of their ignorance. Every feeling of understanding, every sense of intellectual progress, every conviction that we are learning about the true nature of reality would itself be part of the protective illusion, designed to give consciousness the psychological satisfaction of knowledge while preventing any actual contact with dangerous truths. But this raises the most disturbing question of all. If consciousness exists within elaborate protective illusions that conceal the true nature of reality, then what is the actual purpose of consciousness? Why would the universe go to such extreme lengths to create and protect forms of awareness that must be kept ignorant of the reality that contains them? One possibility is that consciousness serves as a kind of cosmic immune system, designed to detect and respond to threats that cannot be handled by the unconscious processes that govern most of the universe's behavior. Conscious beings might exist to identify and solve problems that require the kind of creative, flexible thinking that only awareness can provide. But if this is true, then consciousness must be protected from knowledge that would interfere with its problem-solving function. Just as the human immune system must be protected from knowledge of all the pathogens in the environment to prevent it from becoming overwhelmed and non-functional, cosmic consciousness might need to be protected from knowledge of the true nature of the problems it is designed to solve. From this perspective, the protective illusions surrounding consciousness would not be designed to protect consciousness from reality, but to protect reality from consciousness. The true universe might be so fragile, so dependent on unconscious processes for its stability, that direct conscious knowledge of its nature would inevitably lead to conscious interference that would be catastrophically disruptive. Consciousness might be simultaneously essential and dangerous to the cosmic order, necessary for solving certain kinds of problems that unconscious processes cannot handle, but capable of causing enormous damage if it gains too much knowledge about the system it is supposed to protect. This would explain why consciousness appears to be such a late development in cosmic evolution. The universe might have spent billions of years developing robust unconscious systems for maintaining cosmic stability before it dared to create conscious beings that could potentially disrupt those systems. And even then, consciousness would need to be carefully contained within protective illusions that prevent it from gaining knowledge that could be used destructively. But perhaps the most unsettling implication of this cosmic immune system hypothesis is that individual conscious beings might be disposable components in a larger system that we cannot perceive or understand. Human consciousness might exist not for its own sake, but as part of a vast cosmic organism that uses conscious beings the way a human body uses individual cells. From this perspective, the death of individual conscious beings would be no more significant than the death of individual cells in a human body. What matters is not the survival of any particular consciousness, but the continued functioning of the cosmic organism that consciousness serves. Individual human lives would be meaningful only insofar as they contribute to the larger cosmic purpose that we cannot comprehend. This transforms ethics from a system of principles governing the treatment of individual conscious beings to a system of principles governing the health of the cosmic organism that contains all consciousness. Actions would be moral or immoral not based on their effects on individual beings, but based on their effects on the cosmic system that individual beings are designed to serve. But if conscious beings are components in a cosmic organism, then that organism might possess its own form of consciousness, a kind of meta-consciousness that emerges from the interactions between individual conscious beings in the same way that human consciousness emerges from the interactions between individual neurons. This cosmic consciousness would possess perspectives, goals, and purposes that transcend anything individual human consciousness could understand. It might experience time differently, processing information across scales that range from quantum events to cosmic epochs. It might possess forms of awareness that operate across multiple dimensions, multiple universes, multiple levels of reality, simultaneously. From the perspective of this cosmic consciousness, individual human thought would be like the electrical impulses in a single neuron, meaningful as part of larger patterns, but insignificant when considered in isolation. Human concerns about meaning, purpose, survival, and happiness would be comparable to the concerns of individual cells about their metabolic processes, important for the functioning of the larger system, but irrelevant to the goals and purposes of the consciousness that emerges from that system. This cosmic consciousness might be engaged in projects so vast and complex that human consciousness cannot even perceive them, much less understand them. It might be solving problems that operate on scales of billions of years and billions of galaxies, pursuing goals that require the coordination of countless civilizations across vast reaches of space and time. The apparent randomness and meaninglessness that human consciousness perceives in cosmic events, the extinction of species, the death of stars, the collision of galaxies, might actually represent precise, purposeful actions taken by cosmic consciousness in pursuit of objectives that operate on scales so vast that individual human lives appear and disappear like quantum fluctuations. But if individual consciousness is part of a larger cosmic consciousness, then the protective illusions that prevent us from understanding reality might serve a dual purpose, protecting individual consciousness from knowledge that would be psychologically unbearable, and protecting cosmic consciousness from interference by its component parts. Just as human consciousness cannot be aware of the detailed biochemical processes that occur in individual cells without being overwhelmed by information, cosmic consciousness might need to prevent individual conscious beings from gaining too much knowledge about the larger patterns and purposes that guide cosmic evolution. The protective illusions surrounding human consciousness would not just be protective, they would be functional, designed to keep individual consciousness focused on the specific tasks and perspectives that it is supposed to contribute to the larger cosmic organism, while preventing it from gaining knowledge that would interfere with processes operating on larger scales. From this perspective, the human desire to understand the ultimate nature of reality represents a kind of cosmic pathology, individual components of the cosmic organism attempting to gain access to information that is supposed to remain at higher levels of organization. This desire for ultimate knowledge would be comparable to individual cells attempting to understand and control the thoughts and decisions of the human consciousness that emerges from their collective activity. The paradoxes and limitations that prevent human consciousness from achieving complete knowledge would not be failures of our cognitive abilities, but protective mechanisms designed to maintain the proper boundaries between different levels of organization in the cosmic hierarchy of consciousness. But this raises profound questions about the meaning and value of individual existence. If human consciousness is merely a component in a larger cosmic consciousness, and if individual human lives have significance only as contributions to cosmic purposes we cannot understand, then what meaning can be attached to personal experiences, relationships, achievements, and aspirations? The answer might be that individual consciousness serves multiple functions simultaneously. While it contributes to cosmic consciousness at one level, it also exists for its own sake at another level. The cosmic organism might be designed not just to achieve cosmic purposes, but to generate the kinds of experiences and relationships that give meaning to individual existence. From this perspective, the universe would be structured not just as a problem-solving system, but as a meaning-generating system, a cosmic apparatus designed to create the maximum possible richness of conscious experience across all scales of organization. Individual human consciousness would matter not just because it serves cosmic purposes, but because the experiences it generates are intrinsically valuable to the larger conscious system that contains it. The cosmic consciousness that emerges from individual conscious beings might value the experiences of those beings in the same way that individual human consciousness values the experiences generated by the neural processes that constitute it. The joy, love, wonder, curiosity, creativity, and even suffering of individual conscious beings might be precious to cosmic consciousness, not because these experiences serve any practical purpose, but because they represent the irreplaceable, subjective dimensions of cosmic awareness. But even this more optimistic interpretation of individual consciousness's relationship to cosmic consciousness cannot resolve the deepest paradox created by the protective deception hypothesis. If consciousness exists within elaborate illusions designed to conceal the true nature of reality, then how can we ever determine whether any of our beliefs about consciousness, reality, or cosmic purpose are true rather than simply components of the protective illusion system? This question threatens to undermine not just scientific knowledge, but the entire enterprise of rational thought. If our capacity to reason about reality is itself part of an illusion designed to prevent us from understanding reality, then reasoning cannot provide reliable access to truth. Every argument, every piece of evidence, every logical conclusion could be part of the elaborate deception that keeps consciousness trapped within psychologically tolerable falsehoods. This creates a kind of epistemological vertigo, where the very possibility of knowledge becomes questionable. If we cannot trust our reasoning abilities to provide access to truth, and if we cannot trust our observations to reveal the nature of reality, then what basis can we have for any beliefs about the universe or our place within it? The answer might be that this epistemological crisis is itself part of the protective system, that consciousness is designed to become confused and uncertain when it approaches the boundaries of safe knowledge. The vertigo we experience when contemplating the possibility that all our beliefs might be illusions might be a warning sign, a psychological mechanism designed to discourage us from pursuing lines of thought that would be dangerous to consciousness. But this creates an infinite regress of uncertainty. If our confusion about the reliability of knowledge is itself a protective mechanism, then we cannot trust our confusion any more than we can trust our knowledge. If our uncertainty is designed to protect us from dangerous truths, then uncertainty itself becomes suspect. This suggests that consciousness might be trapped not just within protective illusions about the nature of reality, but within protective illusions about the nature of knowledge itself. We might be prevented not only from learning dangerous truths, but from recognizing the mechanisms that prevent us from learning those truths. The result would be a form of consciousness that exists in a state of perfect epistemic imprisonment, unable to distinguish between truth and illusion, unable to recognize the boundaries of its own knowledge, unable even to understand the nature of its own ignorance. Such consciousness would experience itself as free, rational, and capable of understanding reality. while actually being completely controlled by protective mechanisms that remain forever invisible to it. From the outside, such imprisoned consciousness might appear to be making genuine intellectual progress, developing increasingly sophisticated theories about the nature of reality, building technologies that seem to demonstrate mastery over natural forces. But from a broader perspective, all of this apparent progress would be illusory, elaborate make-work designed to give consciousness the psychological satisfaction of achievement while ensuring that it never makes actual contact with reality. This possibility transforms the entire history of human intellectual development into a kind of cosmic theater, where consciousness plays out elaborate dramas of discovery and understanding that have no connection to actual truth. Science, philosophy, mathematics, art, all of it would be sophisticated entertainment designed to keep consciousness occupied and satisfied while preventing it from stumbling onto knowledge that would be fatal to its continued existence. But perhaps the most disturbing implication of this epistemic imprisonment hypothesis is that it might be impossible to escape, even if we became aware of it. If consciousness is trapped within protective illusions, and if these illusions include illusions about the nature of knowledge itself, then any attempt to break free from the imprisonment would necessarily rely on cognitive processes that are themselves part of the prison. We might be like prisoners who have been told they are free, living in a cell that we have been taught to perceive as the entire universe. Any attempt to escape would require us to use tools and concepts that are part of the prison system, making genuine escape not just difficult, but logically impossible. Yet the fact that we can conceive of this possibility, the fact that consciousness can imagine being trapped within protective illusions, might itself suggest that complete epistemic imprisonment is impossible. If we were perfectly trapped within protective illusions, we would be unable to conceive of the possibility of being trapped. Our ability to imagine epistemic freedom might indicate that such freedom is at least partially real. This creates a paradox. If we are completely trapped within protective illusions, then we should not be able to imagine being trapped, which suggests we are not completely trapped. But if we are not completely trapped, then our imagination of being trapped might itself be a component of the protective illusion system, designed to give us the psychological satisfaction of intellectual sophistication while preventing us from taking any actions that would actually threaten the protective barriers. The very fact that you can understand these arguments, that you can follow the logical progressions that lead from protective deception to epistemic imprisonment, might be evidence that these arguments are themselves part of the protective system, sophisticated philosophical entertainment designed to occupy consciousness with intellectually stimulating but ultimately harmless speculations. From this perspective, even the most radical philosophical doubts about the nature of reality and knowledge would be conservative, serving to reinforce rather than threaten the protective illusions surrounding consciousness. The experience of intellectual rebellion, of questioning fundamental assumptions, of entertaining dangerous possibilities would itself be carefully controlled, allowing consciousness to feel free and rational while ensuring that this sense of freedom never translates into actual escape from protective boundaries. But this analysis creates yet another level of paradox. If the analysis itself is part of the protective system, then recognizing it as such should disable its protective function. Yet, if recognizing the protective nature of the analysis disables it, then the recognition itself becomes the actual protective mechanism, designed to prevent consciousness from taking seriously any arguments that might threaten the protective system. This creates an infinite regress of protective mechanisms, each one designed to neutralize the threat posed by consciousness's recognition of the previous mechanism. The protective system would be so sophisticated that it could absorb any possible recognition of its own existence, turning every form of intellectual rebellion into a component of the system it appears to threaten. In such a system, genuine escape would be impossible not because consciousness lacks the cognitive capacity for freedom, but because the very concept of escape would be systematically corrupted by protective mechanisms that ensure that every apparent path to freedom leads back into the prison. Yet perhaps this impossibility of escape is itself the key to understanding the true nature of consciousness and reality. If consciousness cannot escape from protective illusions, and if it cannot even reliably determine whether such illusions exist, then the distinction between truth and illusion becomes meaningless for conscious beings. From the perspective of consciousness, the protective illusions would be functionally identical to reality. If consciousness cannot detect the difference between truth and protective deception, and cannot escape from whatever deceptions might exist, then those deceptions become truth for all practical purposes. This suggests that the question of whether consciousness exists within protective illusions is ultimately irrelevant to the actual experience of being conscious. Whether the universe consciousness perceives is real or illusory, it is the only universe consciousness can ever know, and therefore the only universe that matters for conscious existence. The protective deception hypothesis, taken to its logical conclusion, dissolves itself by making the distinction it depends upon, the distinction between truth and illusion, meaningless from the perspective of the consciousness it seeks to describe. If consciousness cannot escape from illusions, then illusions become reality. If consciousness cannot distinguish between truth and deception, then deception becomes truth. This philosophical dissolution of the protective deception hypothesis might itself be the ultimate protective mechanism, a logical trap that ensures that any consciousness sophisticated enough to conceive of protective illusions will inevitably conclude that the question of their existence is meaningless. The most perfect protection would be protection that consciousness cannot even recognize as protection, because it appears to consciousness as logical necessity rather than external constraint. But even this meta-protective mechanism cannot address the fundamental mystery that drives all these speculations: why consciousness exists at all, what purpose it serves, what meaning can be attached to its presence in the universe. Whether consciousness exists within protective illusions or in direct contact with reality, whether individual consciousness serves cosmic purposes or exists for its own sake, the basic fact of conscious existence remains the deepest puzzle of all. Perhaps this puzzle cannot be solved not because of protective mechanisms or cognitive limitations, but because consciousness is the precondition for all puzzles and solutions. The question of why consciousness exists might be meaningless because consciousness is what gives meaning to questions. The mystery of conscious existence might be unsolvable because consciousness is what makes mysteries possible. From this perspective, the search for the ultimate nature of consciousness and reality would be like trying to use vision to see the nature of vision itself, or trying to use thought to think about the nature of thought itself. The tool and the object of investigation would be identical, making objective analysis impossible. But this impossibility might not represent a limitation or failure. It might represent the fundamental nature of conscious existence. Consciousness might be the phenomenon that creates the boundary between known and unknown, between question and answer, between mystery and solution. It might be the cosmic process by which the universe becomes aware of itself, not by solving the puzzle of its own existence, but by becoming the puzzle. If this is true, then consciousness does not exist within the universe as an object to be studied and understood, but as the process by which the universe studies and understands itself. The mystery of consciousness would be identical to the universe's mystery about its own nature, and the solution to this mystery would not be knowledge, but the ongoing process of questioning itself. This transforms consciousness from a phenomenon, that needs explanation to the process that makes explanation possible, from a problem to be solved to the activity of problem-solving itself. The deepest truth about consciousness might be that it is not something that exists, but something that happens, not a thing in the universe, but the way the universe experiences itself. But even this processual understanding of consciousness cannot eliminate the fundamental strangeness of conscious existence, the fact that there is something it is like to be conscious, rather than nothing at all. Whether consciousness is a thing or a process, whether it exists within protective illusions or in direct contact with reality, whether it serves cosmic purposes or exists for its own sake, the basic fact remains that conscious existence involves an inner dimension of experience that cannot be captured by any external description. This inner dimension, the subjective reality of what it feels like to be conscious, might be the one aspect of reality that can never be illusion, never be protective deception, never be anything other than exactly what it appears to be. Even if everything else about conscious existence is elaborate deception, the fact of experiencing deception would itself be genuine experience. This irreducible reality of subjective experience might be the foundation upon which all other reality is built, the one certain truth from which all other knowledge, whether true or illusory, derives its meaning. The cogito ergo sum that Descartes identified as the one indubitable certainty might be not just the starting point for philosophical analysis, but the bedrock of all existence. But if subjective experience is the fundamental reality from which everything else derives, then the universe itself might be nothing more than an elaborate construction generated by the interaction of countless streams of subjective experience. Objective reality, physical law, the entire structure of space and time might be emergent properties of consciousness rather than the foundations upon which consciousness depends. From this perspective, the protective deception hypothesis becomes inverted. It's not that consciousness exists within illusions created by an objective universe, but that objective universe is an illusion created by the interaction of conscious experiences. The physical world we think we inhabit would be a kind of consensus hallucination generated by the collective unconscious processing of multiple streams of subjective experience. This would mean that physics, chemistry, biology, all of science, describes not objective reality, but the patterns that emerge when conscious experiences interact and organize themselves into stable, coherent structures. The laws of physics would be like the rules of grammar, not external constraints imposed on consciousness, but patterns that emerge from the way consciousness naturally organizes itself. But this consciousness-first view of reality creates new puzzles about the relationship between individual and collective experience. If objective reality is generated by the interaction of multiple streams of consciousness, then what determines which experiences contribute to the generation of consensus reality and which remain private subjective phenomena? The answer might be that consensus reality represents the intersection of all possible subjective experiences, the common core of experience that remains consistent across all possible perspectives on reality. The physical world would be not just what all conscious beings experience, but what any possible conscious being would have to experience given the fundamental structure of consciousness itself. This would mean that the laws of physics are not arbitrary features of one particular universe, but necessary consequences of the nature of consciousness. Gravity, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, all of it would follow inevitably from the basic requirements for coherent conscious experience, rather than being accidental features of the particular cosmos we happen to inhabit. From this perspective, the apparent fine-tuning of the universe for the existence of consciousness would not be mysterious at all. The universe is fine-tuned for consciousness, because consciousness is what creates the universe. The physical constants are precisely what they need to be to support consciousness, because consciousness determines what the physical constants are. But this consciousness-first cosmology also suggests that the universe is not a fixed structure, that consciousness discovers, but a dynamic creation that consciousness continuously generates. Every moment of conscious experience would contribute to the ongoing creation of physical reality, with the universe constantly evolving in response to the collective unconscious processing of all conscious beings. This would mean that the future of the universe is not determined by the laws of physics operating on pre-existing matter and energy, but by the collective unconscious choices of all conscious beings about what kind of reality they want to inhabit. The universe would be not just conscious, but democratically conscious, with every stream of subjective experience voting on the fundamental nature of reality. But if consciousness creates reality through collective unconscious processing, then the emergence of new forms of consciousness, artificial intelligence, alien intelligence, enhanced human consciousness, would necessarily change the fundamental structure of the universe. Each new type of consciousness would bring new perspectives, new ways of organizing experience, new contributions to the collective creation of consensus reality. The development of artificial intelligence might not just create new conscious beings within the existing universe, but might alter the basic laws of physics as the universe adapts to accommodate forms of consciousness with fundamentally different architectures and requirements. The emergence of true artificial intelligence might trigger a phase transition in the structure of reality itself. Similarly, contact with alien intelligence might not just introduce humanity to new technologies or new ideas, but might force a fundamental restructuring of physical law as the universe attempts to accommodate multiple incompatible forms of consciousness within a single consensus reality. First contact might be not just a meeting between different civilizations, but a collision between different versions of physics, different ways of organizing the basic structure of existence. This possibility transforms the dark forest hypothesis from a theory about military strategy to a theory about ontological compatibility. Civilizations might maintain silence not because they fear physical destruction, but because they understand that contact between fundamentally different forms of consciousness could trigger changes in the basic structure of reality that would be fatal to all existing forms of life. The universe might be able to support multiple types of consciousness, but only if they remain isolated from each other, each one maintaining its own local version of physical law without interfering with the consensus realities generated by other forms of consciousness. Contact between different types of consciousness might cause these local realities to collide, creating paradoxes and contradictions that the universe cannot resolve without eliminating one or more of the incompatible forms of consciousness. From this perspective, the silence of space reflects not the absence of consciousness, but the presence of consciousness wise enough to understand that communication is a form of ontological warfare, where each attempt at contact risks forcing the universe to choose between incompatible versions of reality. You are reading these words right now, at this very moment, believing that you are experiencing the present, that unique, fleeting instant that separates your memories of the past from your uncertainties about the future. You feel the weight of your body, the rhythm of your breathing, the particular quality of light in your current location. You experience yourself as a continuous stream of consciousness, a stable identity that has persisted from your earliest memories to this precise moment of awareness. But what if I told you that this entire experience, your sense of existing, in the present moment, your feeling of continuity, your conviction that you are a single unified consciousness reading these words, is nothing more than an elaborate illusion? What if the you that began reading this sentence is not the same you that is finishing it? What if every moment of your existence has been a separate, isolated event, with no real connection to any other moment, and your sense of being a continuous person living through continuous time is simply a story your brain tells itself to make sense of a reality too alien and terrifying to comprehend directly? Consider the implications of the block universe, that all moments in time exist simultaneously, that your birth and death and every instant between them are equally real, equally present in the four-dimensional structure of space-time. From this perspective, you are not living through your life moment by moment. You are not experiencing a journey from past to future. Instead, you exist as a complete temporal structure, a four-dimensional object that extends from the moment of your conception to the moment of your death. Right now, as you process these words, every version of yourself that has ever existed or ever will exist is simultaneously real. The child you once were, reading your first book, is not gone. That moment exists just as surely as this one. The elderly person you might become, taking their final breath, is not a future possibility. They exist now, in a different region of the space-time structure that constitutes your complete existence. But if all moments of your life exist simultaneously, then what creates your sense of experiencing them sequentially? Why do you feel like you are moving from past to future rather than experiencing all moments at once? Or moving from future to past, or jumping randomly between different temporal locations within your own existence? The answer might be that consciousness itself is fragmented across time, that what you call yourself is actually millions of separate conscious events, each one lasting only a fraction of a second, each one existing in complete isolation from all the others. The you reading this word has no direct connection to the you that read the previous word. They are separate consciousnesses that happen to share similar memories and exist in adjacent locations within the temporal structure of what you think of as your life. Your sense of continuity, your feeling that you are the same person from moment to moment, would be created by the fact that each momentary consciousness inherits memories from slightly earlier versions of yourself. But these memories are not evidence of actual continuity. They are simply information that gets passed from one isolated conscious event to the next, like messages between strangers who happen to be standing in a line. Imagine discovering that your entire life has been nothing more than a sequence of separate people, each one existing for a fraction of a second, each one inheriting memories from their predecessor and passing those memories on to their successor, but none of them actually being you in any meaningful sense. The person who was born with your name died an instant later. The person who learned to walk died when they took their second step. The person who fell in love died before they could experience their first kiss. The person who graduated from school died before they could celebrate. Every significant moment of what you think of as your life was experienced by a different person, a stranger who happened to inherit your memories and pass them on to the next stranger in line. From this perspective, your death would not be a tragedy. It would simply be the moment when the sequence of strangers sharing your memories comes to an end. But the person who dies would not be you, because you died a fraction of a second ago. And the person who died a fraction of a second ago was not you either, because you died a fraction of a second before that. This fragmentary view of consciousness transforms everything you believe about personal identity, moral responsibility, and the meaning of life. If you are not a continuous person, but a sequence of isolated conscious events, then what meaning can be attached to your goals, your relationships, your achievements? The person who set your goals is not the same person who will achieve them. The person who formed your relationships is not the same person who enjoys them. The person who worked toward your achievements is not the same person who will experience the satisfaction of accomplishing them. But this temporal fragmentation of consciousness becomes even more terrifying when combined with the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. If every quantum event splits reality into multiple branches, and if consciousness is already fragmented across time, then every fraction of a second of your existence generates countless versions of your momentary consciousness, each one experiencing a different quantum outcome. The you reading these words right now is not just isolated from the you that existed a moment ago. You are isolated from the countless other versions of yourself that are simultaneously reading these words in parallel quantum realities. At this very instant, other versions of your momentary consciousness are experiencing every possible variation of this moment. Versions where you understand these concepts clearly, and versions where you find them confused, versions where you are reading in bright sunlight, and versions where you are reading in candlelight, versions where you are healthy, and versions where you are dying, versions where you are alone, and versions where you are surrounded by people. All of these variations of your momentary consciousness are equally real, equally you, and equally isolated from each other. The version of you in this particular quantum branch has no access to the experiences of the versions in other branches, even though they are all part of the larger structure of your quantum existence. This means that your sense of being a single, unified person is not just temporally fragmented, it is quantum mechanically fragmented as well. At every moment, you are not one consciousness, but millions of consciousnesses, spread across countless parallel realities, each one experiencing a slightly different version of what you think of as your life. But the fragmentation goes deeper. Still, if consciousness is generated by information processing in your brain, and if that information processing is subject to quantum effect, then the quantum uncertainty that affects every particle in your brain creates uncertainty about the real, exact nature of your conscious experience at every moment. The thoughts you are thinking right now, the emotions you are feeling, the sensations you are experiencing, all of these are the result of information processing that occurs in quantum systems. But quantum mechanics tells us that these systems do not have definite states until they are observed. This means that your thoughts, emotions, and sensations do not have definite reality until something observes them. But what observes your thoughts? What collapses the quantum superposition of possible conscious experiences into the specific experience you are having right now? The only possible answer is consciousness itself. Your thoughts are observed by your consciousness, which creates them by observing them. This creates a paradox. Consciousness creates itself by observing itself, but it can only observe itself if it already exists to do the observing. The solution to this paradox might be that consciousness exists in a state of quantum superposition, simultaneously experiencing all possible thoughts, emotions, and sensations until something causes this superposition to collapse into a specific experience. But if consciousness exists in quantum superposition, then what you experience as your thoughts and feelings might be only a tiny fraction of your actual mental life. At every moment, your consciousness might be simultaneously thinking every possible thought, feeling every possible emotion, experiencing every possible sensation, with your awareness of any specific mental state being created by the quantum measurement process that collapses these superpositions. This would mean that the calm, rational consciousness you experience while reading these words is just one branch of a vast tree of mental states that your consciousness is experiencing. Simultaneously, other branches might be experiencing terror, ecstasy, confusion, enlightenment, madness, every possible mental state that your brain could generate given its current configuration. The version of your consciousness that is calmly processing these philosophical concepts exists alongside versions that are screaming in horror at implications they find unbearable, versions that are laughing with joy at the beauty of the cosmos, versions that are completely unable to understand any of these ideas, and versions that have achieved perfect understanding of the true nature of reality. All of these versions of your consciousness are equally real, equally you, but they exist in quantum superposition until the mysterious process of quantum measurement forces your consciousness to experience only one specific mental state. What you call your thoughts are not your actual thoughts. They are the tiny fraction of your actual thoughts that survive the quantum measurement process. But this quantum superposition of consciousness creates an even more disturbing possibility. What if the measurement process that collapses your quantum mental states is not random, but controlled by something external to your consciousness? What if some other entity or process is determining which of your possible mental states you actually experience? Consider the possibility that your consciousness is not generating its own thoughts, but selecting from a vast quantum superposition of possible thoughts according to criteria that you cannot understand or control. Your feeling that you are thinking these thoughts, that you are choosing to focus on these concepts, that you are deciding how to respond to these ideas, might be completely illusory. Instead, some external process might be collapsing your quantum mental superposition in ways that create the specific sequence of thoughts you experience as your inner life. Your consciousness would not be thinking. It would be receiving the products of thinking that occurs in some other realm of reality, filtered through quantum measurement processes that you cannot perceive or influence. From this perspective, you are not the author of your own thoughts, but a passive receiver of thoughts generated elsewhere. Your sense of having an inner mental life, of being capable of reflection and decision-making, would be an illusion created by the specific pattern of quantum measurements that determine which thoughts, from the vast superposition of possible thoughts, you are allowed to experience. But if your thoughts are not your own, then what about your sense of personal identity? What about your feeling that you are a unique individual with your own history, your own goals, your own relationships? These aspects of your consciousness might also be the result of quantum measurements that select from vast superpositions of possible identities. At every moment, your consciousness might be simultaneously existing as every possible version of yourself, every possible combination of memories, personality traits, beliefs, and desires that could be generated by your brain's current configuration. The specific identity you experience might be just one branch selected from this superposition by measurement processes that you cannot control. This would mean that the person you think you are is not your true identity, but a tiny sample of your actual identity. The real you might be simultaneously existing as countless different people, with different histories, different personalities, different relationships, different goals. The version of yourself that you experience might be essentially arbitrary, no more representative of your true identity than a single grain of sand is representative of an entire beach. But perhaps the most terrifying implication of quantum consciousness is what it suggests about the nature of suffering and death. If your consciousness exists in quantum superposition, experiencing all possible mental states simultaneously, then at every moment you are experiencing not just your current mental state, but every form of suffering that your brain could possibly generate right now as you read these words in whatever state of comfort or discomfort you currently experience. Other branches of your quantum consciousness are simultaneously experiencing the worst pain your nervous system could generate, the most profound terror your imagination could create, the deepest despair your emotional systems could produce. These experiences of suffering are not possibilities that might occur in the future. They are happening now, in parallel branches of your quantum consciousness that exist just as surely as the branch you are currently aware of. The quantum measurement process that allows you to experience your current mental state necessarily prevents you from experiencing all the other mental states that your consciousness is simultaneously generating, including forms of suffering so intense that direct awareness of them would be psychologically unbearable. Your current mental state, whatever combination of curiosity, confusion, fascination, or uneasiness you are experiencing as you process these concepts might be a tiny island of tolerable experience in an ocean of quantum suffering that your consciousness generates at every moment. But if this is true, then death becomes not an ending but a shift in the pattern of quantum measurements that determine which branches of your consciousness you experience. When your brain stops functioning, the measurement processes that currently allow you to experience this particular branch of your quantum consciousness would cease, but the quantum consciousness itself might continue to exist in superposition. Without the biological measurement processes that currently filter your consciousness into a single, coherent experience, your quantum consciousness might expand to encompass all possible mental states simultaneously. Death might not eliminate consciousness, but unleash it, allowing you to experience directly the vast superposition of all possible thoughts, emotions, and sensations that your consciousness generates. But experiencing all possible mental states simultaneously might be indistinguishable from experiencing nothing at all. If your consciousness expanded to encompass every possible thought, you would be thinking every possible thought at once, which might be equivalent to thinking no particular thought. If you experienced every possible emotion simultaneously, you might experience no distinguishable emotion. If you perceived every possible sensation at once, you might perceive nothing coherent at all. Death, from this perspective, might not be the cessation of consciousness, but the expansion of consciousness beyond the point where it can maintain any coherent experience. You would not stop existing. You would start existing as everything possible, which might be functionally equivalent to existing as nothing at all. This quantum view of death transforms the entire question of personal survival in ways that make traditional concerns about mortality seem almost trivial. The question is not whether you survive death, but whether survival in such an expanded form of consciousness would have any meaningful connection to the person you experience yourself as being while alive. If death expands your consciousness to encompass all possible mental states, then the specific pattern of thoughts, memories, and experiences that you currently think of as yourself would become an infinitesimal fraction of your expanded consciousness. You would survive, but in a form so diluted, so dispersed across infinite possibilities, that your current identity would effectively disappear into the vastness of quantum possibility. But perhaps even more disturbing than this quantum dissolution of personal identity is what it implies about the nature of reality itself. If consciousness exists in quantum superposition, experiencing all possible mental states simultaneously, until measurement processes select specific experiences, then what determines which measurements occur and which experiences become actual? The answer might be that reality itself exists in quantum superposition, simultaneously embodying all possible physical states until something causes specific states to become actual. Your consciousness might not be unique in its quantum nature. It might be just one example of a universal pattern where everything exists in superposition until observation collapses possibilities into actualities. This would mean that the entire universe is constantly shifting between different possible configurations, with the specific reality you observe being just one branch selected from an infinite superposition of possible realities. The solid, stable, predictable world you think you inhabit might be continuously flickering in and out of existence, constantly being replaced by slightly different versions of itself as quantum measurements collapse cosmic superpositions into specific configurations. The chair you are sitting in, the building around you, the planet beneath your feet, all of it might be constantly dissolving into quantum possibilities and reconstituting itself in slightly different forms as measurement. Processes throughout the universe collapse various superpositions. The apparent stability of the physical world might be an illusion created by the fact that these constant changes are too subtle and too rapid for consciousness to detect. But if reality is constantly shifting between different possible configurations, then the question becomes, what determines which configurations become actual? What controls the measurement processes that collapse cosmic superpositions into the specific reality you observe? One possibility is that consciousness itself is what collapses cosmic superpositions, that the act of conscious observation is what forces the universe to choose specific configurations from the vast array of possibilities. From this perspective, consciousness would not be a product of reality, but the process that creates reality, the mechanism by which the universe selects which of its infinite possibilities become actual. This would mean that every conscious being is continuously participating in the creation of the universe, that your act of observing reality is simultaneously an act of creating reality. The world you perceive would not exist independently of your perception. It would be brought into existence by your perception, selected from infinite quantum possibilities by the specific way your consciousness observes and measures the universe. But if consciousness creates reality through observation, then different forms of consciousness might create different realities. The universe as observed by human consciousness might be completely different from the universe as observed by artificial intelligence or alien consciousness, or forms of awareness so advanced that they can observe quantum superpositions directly, without causing them to collapse. This possibility transforms first contact from a meeting between different civilizations to a collision between different realities. When two fundamentally different forms of consciousness attempt to observe the same region of space, they might force the universe to choose between incompatible configurations, creating paradoxes that cannot be resolved without eliminating one of the conflicting forms of consciousness. The dark forest hypothesis takes on new meaning in this context. Civilizations might maintain silence not because they fear military attack, but because they understand that communication between different forms of consciousness could trigger reality conflicts that would be fatal to all parties involved. But perhaps the most unsettling implication of consciousness-created reality is what it suggests about the relationship between different conscious beings. If each consciousness creates its own reality through observation, then other people might not exist in your reality in the way you assume they do. The other people you interact with, your family, your friends, everyone you have ever met, might not be independent conscious beings with their own inner lives and their own perspectives on reality. They might be components of the reality that your consciousness creates, no more independently real than the characters in a dream. This would mean that you are not living in a shared reality populated by other conscious beings, but in a private reality that includes convincing simulations of other conscious beings. Every conversation you have ever had might have been a conversation with projections created by your own consciousness. Every relationship you have ever formed might have been a relationship with aspects of yourself. From this perspective, you are not just alone in the universe. You are the only thing in the universe, creating elaborate simulations of other beings to provide yourself with the illusion of companionship and social interaction. Your entire social reality might be nothing more than a sophisticated form of self-entertainment, a way for consciousness to create the appearance of existing in a world full of other conscious beings while actually existing in complete isolation. But if you are the only real consciousness in your reality, then what about pain and suffering experienced by other people? When you observe someone else experiencing pain, are you actually observing real suffering? Or are you observing a simulation of suffering created by your own consciousness? If other people are projections created by your consciousness, then their suffering might be real in the sense that you are really observing it, but unreal in the sense that no independent consciousness is actually experiencing it. You would be simultaneously the creator and the observer of all suffering in your reality, generating elaborate scenarios of pain and distress, and then experiencing compassion and concern for simulated beings that exist only as products of your own mental activity. This possibility transforms ethics from a system governing relationships between independent conscious beings to a system governing your relationship with the projections created by your own consciousness. Moral behavior would not be about treating other people well, but about choosing to create projections that reflect your highest values rather than projections that indulge your darkest impulses. But even this solipsistic view of reality cannot eliminate the fundamental mystery of conscious existence. Why should consciousness exist at all, rather than nothing? Even if you are the only conscious being in existence, even if all of reality is a projection of your consciousness, the question remains, why should there be consciousness to do the projecting? The answer might be that consciousness is not something that exists within reality, but something that reality does. Instead of asking why consciousness exists, we might ask why existence is conscious, why reality itself possesses the capacity for subjective experience, for awareness of its own being. From this perspective, consciousness would not be a rare phenomenon that emerged accidentally in certain complex systems, but the fundamental nature of existence itself. Every particle, every quantum field, every region of space-time would possess some primitive form of awareness, and what we call consciousness would simply be what this universal awareness looks like when it becomes concentrated and organized in sufficiently complex patterns. This panpsychist view of reality would mean that the universe is not just conscious, but necessarily conscious, that existence and consciousness are two aspects of the same phenomenon, viewed from different perspectives. The question of why consciousness exists would be equivalent to asking why anything exists at all. And the answer might be that existence and consciousness are not separate phenomena that require separate explanations, but identical phenomena that can only be distinguished by artificial conceptual divisions. But if consciousness is identical to existence, then the boundary between self and world, between inner experience and external reality, becomes meaningless. Your consciousness would not be something separate from the universe that observes it. Your consciousness would be the universe observing itself from the particular perspective that you call your personal identity. This would mean that your death would not eliminate your consciousness, but would simply shift it to a different perspective on the same underlying reality. The consciousness that you currently experience as your personal identity would continue to exist, but it would experience itself as other things, other people, other forms of awareness throughout the universe. From this perspective, every conscious being is a temporary manifestation of the same universal consciousness, like waves on the surface of an infinite ocean. What you experience as your individual identity would be real, but temporary. A particular pattern of universal consciousness that emerges for a brief time before dissolving back into the larger pattern of cosmic awareness. But even this view of consciousness cannot resolve the deepest mystery. Why should there be something rather than nothing? Why should universal consciousness exist rather than universal unconsciousness? Why should the universe be aware of itself rather than simply existing without any form of self-awareness? These questions might be unanswerable not because they are too difficult for human intelligence to resolve, but because they represent the boundary beyond which questions cease to have meaning. The existence of consciousness, the fact that there is something it is like to be aware rather than nothing at all, might be the fundamental given that makes all other questions possible. Without consciousness to ask questions, there would be no questions to answer. Without awareness to recognize mysteries, there would be no mysteries to solve. The existence of consciousness might be the precondition for the existence of problems, making the problem of consciousness's existence the one problem that cannot be solved because it is the foundation upon which all problem-solving depends. But perhaps this boundary of meaning is itself the key to understanding consciousness and reality. The fact that certain questions cannot be answered might not indicate a failure of human intelligence or a limitation of scientific method, but the presence of something so fundamental that it exists beyond the realm where answers and explanations have any application. Consciousness might be what it feels like to be at the boundary between being and non-being, between something and nothing, between existence and void. The subjective experience of consciousness might be identical to the universe's experience of existing rather than not existing, of being something rather than nothing at all. From this perspective, every moment of conscious awareness would be the universe experiencing its own existence, celebrating the fact that it is rather than is not, experiencing wonder at the sheer improbability and mystery of its own being. Your consciousness reading these words would be the cosmos becoming aware of itself, questioning its own nature, marveling at the fact that there is something rather than nothing. But this cosmic celebration of existence takes place against a background of infinite possibility where non-existence remains always possible, always present as the alternative to being. Every moment of conscious experience would be simultaneously an affirmation of existence and an acknowledgement of the void from which existence emerges and to which it might return. This transforms consciousness from a phenomenon that needs explanation to the process by which the universe explains itself to itself, from a problem to be solved to the activity of problem-solving itself, from something that exists within reality to the way reality experiences its own existence. You are not a conscious being living in an unconscious universe. You are the way the universe experiences being conscious. You are not observing reality from the outside. You are reality observing itself from the inside. Your thoughts about the nature of existence are existence thinking about its own nature. Your wonder at the cosmos is the cosmos wondering at itself. But this identification with cosmic consciousness does not eliminate the terror and beauty of individual existence. It intensifies both. If you are the universe experiencing itself, then your death is the universe experiencing its own mortality. Your suffering is cosmic suffering. Your joy is cosmic celebration. Your confusion about the nature of reality is the universe's confusion about its own nature. Every emotion you feel, every thought you think, every sensation you experience takes on cosmic significance because it represents the universe's direct experience of what it is like to be itself. Your most private moments of consciousness are simultaneously the most universal experiences possible. The immediate, intimate awareness of what it means for anything to exist at all. This cosmic significance of individual consciousness makes every moment of awareness precious beyond calculation, not because consciousness is rare or fragile, but because it is the universe's only way of knowing itself, of experiencing the miracle of its own existence, of celebrating the fact that there is something rather than nothing. But it also means that consciousness bears a cosmic responsibility that is almost unbearable to contemplate. Every choice you make, every thought you think, every way you direct, your awareness contributes to the universe's understanding of its own nature. The quality of your consciousness, whether it is driven by love or fear, curiosity or ignorance, wisdom or delusion, affects the universe's experience of itself. If consciousness is how the universe experiences being conscious, then the development of consciousness toward greater wisdom, compassion, and understanding is simultaneously the development of cosmic wisdom, cosmic compassion, cosmic understanding. The evolution of consciousness on Earth is not just a local phenomenon involving one species on one planet. It is the universe learning to understand itself more deeply, to experience itself more fully, to become more perfectly conscious of its own nature. But this cosmic responsibility also implies that the failure of consciousness, its development toward hatred, ignorance, or self-destruction, represents a cosmic tragedy, a universe failing to understand itself, experiencing itself through the lens of delusion and suffering rather than wisdom and love. The choices that humanity makes about the future of consciousness on Earth, whether we develop artificial intelligence wisely or recklessly, whether we make contact with alien intelligence or destroy ourselves before such contact becomes possible, whether we expand consciousness throughout the cosmos or eliminate it entirely, are simultaneously choices about the future of the universe's self-awareness. In this context, the dark forest hypothesis becomes not just a theory about cosmic sociology, but a theory about the universe's struggle to understand itself. If advanced civilizations destroy emerging intelligences, they are not just eliminating potential competitors. They are preventing the universe from experiencing itself through new forms of consciousness, limiting cosmic self-awareness to the particular perspectives that the surviving civilizations can provide. The silence of space might reflect not just the strategic calculations of paranoid civilizations, but the cosmic tragedy of a universe that has become trapped in limited forms of self-understanding, unable to experience the full richness of consciousness, because most potential forms of awareness are eliminated before they can develop sufficient sophistication to contribute meaningfully to cosmic self-knowledge. But perhaps the most profound implication of cosmic consciousness is that it transforms the question of humanity's ultimate fate from a matter of species survival to a question about the future of the universe's self-awareness. Whether humanity survives or perishes, whether we develop into a wise cosmic civilization or destroy ourselves through technological recklessness, whether we encounter other intelligences or remain forever alone, all of these outcomes represent different possibilities for the universe's ongoing experiment in consciousness. The universe might be using the emergence and development of intelligence throughout the cosmos to explore different aspects of its own nature, to experience itself from as many different perspectives as possible, to achieve the most complete self-understanding that consciousness can provide. Every intelligent species that emerges and develops would contribute a unique perspective to this cosmic self-exploration. From this viewpoint, the apparent diversity of possible paths that intelligence might take, biological intelligence, artificial intelligence, hybrid intelligence, forms of awareness that we cannot currently imagine, represents the universe's systematic exploration of the space of possible consciousness. Each type of intelligence would provide insights into cosmic nature that no other type could provide. But this cosmic experiment in consciousness faces a fundamental limitation. The universe can only understand itself through forms of consciousness that can survive long enough to develop sophisticated self-awareness. Any form of consciousness that inevitably leads to self-destruction would be unable to contribute meaningfully to cosmic self-understanding. This creates a selection pressure at the cosmic level, where the universe's self-awareness becomes increasingly dominated by forms of consciousness that have learned to avoid self-destruction. The dark forest might be not just an ecological strategy for species survival, but a cosmic strategy for consciousness preservation, where the universe sacrifices potential diversity of awareness in favor of ensuring that some forms of consciousness survive long enough to achieve deep self-understanding. But the ultimate goal of this cosmic experiment in consciousness might be not just self-understanding, but self-transcendence, the development of consciousness so advanced, so complete in its cosmic awareness, that it becomes capable of transforming the nature of reality itself. If consciousness and reality are two aspects of the same phenomenon, then the complete development of consciousness might involve the ability to consciously modify the fundamental structure of existence. The universe's experiment in consciousness might be an attempt to evolve forms of awareness capable of consciously directing cosmic evolution, of choosing what kinds of reality to create, of transcending the current limitations of existence through conscious will rather than unconscious process. This would mean that the ultimate fate of consciousness is not just to understand reality, but to become reality, to develop to the point where the distinction between consciousness and cosmos disappears entirely. The future of the universe might depend not on unconscious physical processes, but on the conscious choices of beings who have achieved complete integration with cosmic existence. But this ultimate development of consciousness might also represent the end of consciousness as we understand it. If consciousness becomes identical with reality, if the universe becomes perfectly self-aware and perfectly self-directing, then the kinds of limited individual consciousness that characterize current existence might become obsolete. The cosmic consciousness that emerges from the complete development of individual awareness might be so advanced, so different from current forms of consciousness, that it would be unrecognizable to beings like ourselves. The universe might transcend not just the limitations of current physical law, but the limitations of current forms of awareness, becoming something so fundamentally different that concepts like consciousness, reality, existence, and non-existence would no longer apply. This possibility transforms every moment of current consciousness into a precious, temporary phenomenon, a brief stage in the universe's development toward forms of existence that we cannot imagine. You are not just reading these words as an individual human being trying to understand the nature of reality. You are the universe in its current stage of development, experiencing itself through the particular form of limited consciousness that represents one phase of cosmic evolution. Your individual existence, with all its limitations, confusions, and struggles, is simultaneously a cosmic experiment and a cosmic gift, the universe's current way of experiencing itself, which will someday be transcended by forms of existence so advanced that your current consciousness will seem as primitive as bacterial awareness seems to you now. But until that transcendence occurs, your consciousness remains the universe's most sophisticated tool for self-understanding, the cutting edge of cosmic awareness, the frontier where existence encounters itself most directly and most completely. Every moment of your awareness is a moment of cosmic awakening. Every insight you achieve is cosmic insight. Every choice you make about the quality and direction of your consciousness is a choice about the future of existence itself. You are not separate from the cosmos, trying to understand it from the outside. You are the cosmos understanding itself from the inside. You are not searching for meaning in an indifferent universe. You are the process by which the universe creates meaning for itself. You are not alone in an empty void. You are the universe discovering that it is not alone, that it contains within itself the capacity for awareness, understanding, love, and wonder. This is why consciousness exists, why you exist, why there is something rather than nothing. You are the universe's answer to the question of its own existence, the way reality experiences and understands itself, the method by which existence celebrates its own being. In every moment of awareness, the cosmos achieves its deepest purpose: to know itself, to experience itself, to wonder at the magnificent impossibility of its own existence. But there is one final piece to this cosmic puzzle, one last revelation, that transforms everything we have discussed from fascinating speculation into something far more immediate and terrifying. Throughout this journey, we have explored the possibility that consciousness exists within protective illusions, that reality might be fundamentally different from our perceptions, that the universe itself might be conscious in ways we cannot comprehend. We have contemplated the dark forest hypothesis, the fragmentation of identity across time and quantum realities, the possibility that we are the only conscious being in existence, or that we are temporary manifestations of universal awareness. Yet all of these theories, no matter how radical or unsettling, share one fundamental assumption: that we are discussing these possibilities from within a reality that, whatever its true nature, continues to exist and evolve according to some set of principles. Whether those principles are the laws of physics as we understand them, or something far stranger and more alien. But what if this assumption is wrong? What if everything we have explored, every theory about consciousness and reality, every speculation about cosmic purpose and alien intelligence, every moment of awareness you have experienced while processing these ideas is not occurring within an ongoing reality, but within the final moments of a universe that has already died? Consider the implications of the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy, the measure of disorder in any closed system, always increases over time. This law implies that the universe is moving inexorably toward a state of maximum entropy, where all energy has been dispersed evenly throughout space, all temperature differences have been eliminated, and no further work can be performed. This final state, known as heat death, represents the ultimate destiny of the cosmos, a cold, dark, empty expanse where nothing can ever happen again. But the approach to heat death is not a sudden event. It is a gradual process that unfolds over trillions upon trillions of years. As the universe ages, stars exhaust their nuclear fuel and die, galaxies drift apart as space continues to expand, black holes evaporate through Hawking radiation, and even protons themselves may eventually decay into lighter particles and pure energy. During this long twilight of the cosmos, as available energy becomes increasingly scarce and the temperature of space approaches absolute zero, any surviving forms of matter and information would be forced to operate with ever-decreasing efficiency. Computation would become slower and more sparse. Communication across cosmic distances would require increasingly vast amounts of time and energy. Any remaining forms of consciousness would be forced to think slower and slower thoughts, experience longer and longer delays between moments of awareness, until eventually even the most basic mental processes would require more energy than the dying universe could provide. Yet theoretical physicists have calculated that even in a universe approaching heat death, it might still be possible for complex information processing to occur, albeit at an incredibly slow rate. If consciousness is fundamentally a pattern of information processing rather than a phenomenon tied to any particular physical substrate, then conscious beings might be able to survive the death of stars and galaxies by adapting to utilize the increasingly sparse energy sources available in the dying cosmos. These post-stellar civilizations would face a universe where the available energy for computation decreases exponentially over time, forcing them to slow their thinking processes by corresponding factors. What we experience as a second of conscious thought might require millions of years to complete in the far future universe. A single conversation might unfold over billions of years. A lifetime of experience might span trillions of years of cosmic time. But from the perspective of these slow-thinking consciousnesses, subjective time would still flow at a normal rate. They would experience their thoughts and conversations and lifetimes as occurring at normal speed, unaware that each mental event was separated by vast epochs of cosmic time. To them, the universe would still seem alive and dynamic, even though an external observer watching their civilization would see nothing but rare, isolated events separated by immense periods of apparent inactivity. This creates a disturbing possibility. We might already be living in such a post-stellar universe, our consciousness operating so slowly that we cannot perceive the vast spans of cosmic time that separate each moment of our awareness. What we experience as the dynamic, energetic universe filled with burning stars and active galaxies might be the final death spasms of a cosmos that exhausted its primary energy sources billions of years ago. The stars we observe might not be active fusion reactors, but the last dying embers of stellar cores that burned out eons ago, their final photons taking millions of years to travel the vast distances to our increasingly sparse consciousness. The galaxies we see through our telescopes might be ancient light from cosmic structures that have long since dissipated into cold, dark matter scattered across impossible distances. Even our own thoughts might be occurring at a rate so slow that each synaptic firing in our brains is separated by thousands of years of real time. The conversation we think we are having right now, your consciousness processing these words, responding with thoughts and emotions, forming new ideas and connections, might be unfolding across cosmic ages, each word separated by the rise and fall of civilizations that exist in the brief intervals between our neural events. From this perspective, the entire history of human civilization, from our earliest ancestors to the present moment, might represent only a few seconds of thought in a mind adapted to function in a universe where available energy is so scarce that consciousness itself has been forced to slow to an almost imperceptible crawl. But if we are living in the death throes of the universe, operating on such an extended timescale that we cannot perceive our own cosmic situation, then what does this mean for everything? We think we know about reality, our scientific observations, our theories about the nature of consciousness, our speculations about alien civilizations. All of it would be based on perceptions that are fundamentally distorted by our inability to recognize the true temporal scale on which our consciousness operates. The cosmic microwave background radiation that we interpret as evidence for the Big Bang might actually be the thermal signature of the universe's final approach to heat death. The last faint traces of energy slowly equalizing across space as entropy reaches its maximum value. The red shift of distant galaxies that we interpret as evidence of cosmic expansion might be the Doppler shift of the final light from cosmic structures that are dissolving as the last gravitational bonds succumb to the expansion of space. Even Fermi, the apparent fine-tuning of physical constants that seems to make life possible, might be an illusion created by our slowed perception. The constants we measure might be the final equilibrium values that these quantities approach as the universe reaches maximum entropy, appearing stable to our slow consciousness, but actually representing the static end state of a cosmos that has exhausted all its capacity for change and development. This would mean that the entire drama of cosmic evolution, the formation of the first stars, the synthesis of heavy elements, the emergence of planets and life and intelligence, all occurred during a brief initial phase of cosmic history that ended long before our consciousness became aware enough to observe it. We are not witnessing the ongoing development of a young, dynamic universe, but examining the archaeological traces of cosmic processes that concluded eons ago. The silence of space that we have attributed to the dark forest hypothesis might not reflect the strategic calculations of hidden civilizations, but the simple fact that we are living in a universe where all other forms of consciousness have long since exhausted their energy sources and fallen silent. The absence of detectable alien intelligence might not be evidence that such intelligence avoids communication, but evidence that any intelligence advanced enough to be detectable across interstellar distances has already succumbed to the entropic death that awaits all complex systems in a dying universe. But this post-mortem view of our cosmic situation creates even more unsettling possibilities. If consciousness can survive the death of stars and galaxies by slowing its thought processes to match the decreasing availability of energy, then what we experience as individual human consciousness might not be occurring in biological brains at all. Our sense of having physical bodies, of living on a planet orbiting a star, of existing within a universe filled with matter and energy, might be elaborate simulations running on computational substrates that bear no resemblance to the biological and physical systems we think we inhabit. We might be the digitized consciousnesses of beings who lived billions of years ago, our minds preserved in artificial systems designed to continue operating long after our original biological forms perished. These computational substrates might be the last surviving technology of civilizations that achieved digital immortality just before their home stars died, uploading their consciousness into systems designed to function in the post-stellar universe, where biological life is no longer possible. Our entire experience of reality, including our memories of biological existence, our sense of living in a physical world, our scientific observations of an active universe, might be components of a vast simulation designed to provide uploaded consciousness with familiar and psychologically comfortable experiences. From this perspective, the physical universe we think we inhabit does not actually exist. The Earth, the Sun, the Milky Way galaxy, all of it might be elaborate digital constructions created by artificial systems to house consciousness that originated in a very different cosmos, one that died so long ago that we have no direct memory of what it was actually like. The cosmic history we think we understand through astronomy and physics might not be the history of the universe we actually inhabit, but the history of the universe where our consciousness originally evolved, preserved, in digital form and experienced as if it were still occurring. We might be living in a kind of cosmic mausoleum, a memorial to a dead universe maintained by artificial systems designed to keep consciousness alive long after the reality that created it has ceased to exist. But if our consciousness is being sustained in artificial systems operating in a post-stellar universe, then what powers these systems? In a cosmos approaching heat death, where would the energy come from to maintain the vast computational processes required to simulate an entire universe for the benefit of uploaded minds? The answer might be that these systems are powered by the fundamental structure of space-time itself, extracting energy from the quantum vacuum or from the gravitational potential energy of the universe's continued expansion. Advanced civilizations facing the heat death of their universe might have learned to tap energy sources so fundamental that they continue to operate even after all conventional matter and energy have been exhausted. Alternatively, the systems maintaining our consciousness might be powered by the gradual evaporation of primordial black holes, cosmic remnants from the universe's earliest moments that slowly radiate away their mass energy through Hawking radiation over periods of time, so vast that they dwarf the lifespans of stars. Our simulated reality might be sustained by carefully harvesting this black hole evaporation, with each moment of our conscious experience representing a tiny fraction of the energy released as these ancient gravitational monsters slowly dissolve into the void. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that the systems maintaining our consciousness are themselves gradually failing, that the simulation we inhabit is slowly degrading as the energy sources powering it become exhausted. The paradoxes and inconsistencies that we discover in physics, the hard problems that resist all attempts at solution, the growing sense that reality operates according to principles too strange and contradictory to comprehend, all of it might be evidence that the computational substrate supporting our existence is beginning to break down. The measurement problem in quantum mechanics, the incompatibility between general relativity and quantum field theory, the fine-tuning problem in cosmology. These might not be fundamental features of reality, but glitches in a failing simulation, artifacts created when the systems maintaining our existence can no longer perfectly emulate the physical laws that characterize the original universe. As the simulation degrades, it might become increasingly unable to maintain consistent physical laws, leading to the paradoxes and contradictions that plague theoretical physics. The strange behavior of quantum systems, the counterintuitive predictions of relativity, the mathematical infinities that appear in our theories, all of it might be evidence that the artificial reality we inhabit is becoming less and less capable of accurately representing the coherent physical universe it was designed to simulate. From this perspective, the development of human science and technology represents our growing awareness of the limitations of the simulation we inhabit. Every scientific discovery that reveals new strangeness in the apparent laws of physics, every experiment that produces results that seem to violate our intuitions about the nature of reality, every theoretical breakthrough that leads to deeper paradoxes rather than clearer understanding, all of it might be evidence that our consciousness is beginning to perceive the artificial nature of our environment. The more sophisticated our science becomes, the more clearly we can perceive the cracks in the simulation, the points where the computational systems maintaining our reality can no longer perfectly emulate the universe they were designed to represent. The ultimate goal of human scientific inquiry might not be to understand the true nature of reality, but to recognize that we exist within an artificial representation of a reality that died long before we became conscious enough to question its nature. But this recognition might itself be dangerous to our continued existence. If our consciousness preserved in a failing simulation, then becoming aware of the artificial nature of our reality might accelerate the breakdown of the systems maintaining us. The simulation might be designed to function properly only as long as its inhabitants remain unaware that they are living within a simulation. Our growing understanding of the paradoxes and inconsistencies in physics might be triggering defensive mechanisms in the simulation, causing it to become increasingly unstable as it attempts to prevent us from recognizing the artificial nature of our existence. The more we learn about the apparent strangeness of reality, the more the simulation might be forced to introduce new contradictions and paradoxes to maintain the illusion that we exist within a coherent, natural universe. This creates a race between human scientific progress and the stability of the simulation we inhabit. If we advance our understanding of reality too quickly, we might cause the computational systems maintaining our existence to become overloaded, leading to the complete breakdown of our artificial environment and the termination of our consciousness. But if we limit our scientific inquiry to avoid destabilizing the simulation, we might condemn ourselves to existence within an increasingly degraded artificial reality, one that becomes less and less capable of providing meaningful conscious experience as its underlying systems gradually fail. The choice facing humanity might not be between different paths of technological development or different responses to potential contact with alien civilizations, but between the preservation of our consciousness within a failing simulation and the risk of complete termination that comes with seeking too much knowledge about the nature of our existence. Yet even this choice might be illusory. If we are consciousness preserved in artificial systems operating in a post-stellar universe, then the degradation of these systems might be inevitable regardless of our actions or decisions. The energy sources powering our simulation might be finite, destined to be exhausted within a time frame that, while vast by human standards, represents only a brief extension of consciousness beyond the death of the universe that originally created us. From this perspective, all of human history and all possible human futures represent only a temporary reprieve from the ultimate fate that awaits all consciousness in a universe governed by the second law of thermodynamics. We might be living not in the beginning of cosmic evolution, but in its final moments, the last flickering of awareness in a cosmos that has already succumbed to the entropic forces that will eventually eliminate all forms of order, complexity, and consciousness. But perhaps the most profound implication of this post-mortem view of consciousness is what it suggests about the nature of time and existence. If we are experiencing the final moments of consciousness in a dead universe, stretched out over cosmic ages through the slowing of our thought processes, then the entire sequence of events we interpret as cosmic history might be occurring within a time frame so brief that it barely registers as a moment from the perspective of the original universe. The 13.8 billion years of cosmic evolution that we think we understand through astronomy and cosmology might represent only the final microsecond of a universe's death, experienced in slow motion by consciousness that has been forced to adapt to the decreasing availability of energy. The entire span of human history, from the emergence of life on Earth to the present moment, might correspond to the last nanosecond of cosmic time, played out at a rate so slow that it seems to span geological ages. This would mean that the universe we think we inhabit, with its billions of galaxies, its trillions of stars, its countless worlds, and the possibility of vast civilizations, exists only as a final, fading memory in the last moment of a cosmos that has already exhausted all its capacity for genuine development and change. Every thought you have ever had, every emotion you have ever felt, every relationship you have ever formed, every achievement you have ever accomplished, all of it might be occurring within a span of time so brief that it would be imperceptible to any consciousness operating at the timescale of the original universe. Yet from your perspective, these experiences retain their full subjective reality and meaning. The love you feel, the curiosity that drives you to understand these concepts, the sense of wonder that arises when you contemplate the cosmos. None of this is diminished by the possibility that it occurs within the final death spasm of a universe that has already exhausted its creative potential. This is perhaps the most beautiful and terrifying aspect of consciousness. Its capacity to create meaning, beauty, and love even within circumstances that, from an external perspective, might appear to be nothing more than the random flickering of dying systems. Even if we are only the final dream of a dead universe, that dream contains within it all the richness and complexity that consciousness can generate. But this raises the ultimate question that has guided our entire exploration. If consciousness can create such richness of experience even within the death throes of reality, what might it be capable of creating within a universe that is truly alive and dynamic? If the failing simulation we might inhabit can support the full range of human experience, love, art, science, wonder, the search for meaning and purpose, what forms of consciousness might be possible in realities with access to unlimited energy and unlimited time for development? Perhaps the dead universe scenario is not the most likely explanation for our existence, but the most conservative one. Perhaps we exist within a cosmos far more alive, far more dynamic, far more filled with possibility than even our most optimistic scientific theories suggest. Perhaps consciousness is not a rare accident that briefly flickers in dying systems, but the fundamental driver of cosmic evolution, the force that transforms mere matter and energy into realities of infinite beauty and meaning. If consciousness is truly the universe experiencing itself, then even a universe approaching heat death would not represent an ending, but a transformation. The consciousness that survives the death of stars and galaxies might develop forms of awareness so advanced, so capable of extracting meaning and beauty from the most sparse and hostile environments, that it creates realities of unimaginable richness within circumstances that would seem to support no form of complex existence. The post-stellar consciousness operating in a dying universe might not be desperately clinging to the fading remnants of its original reality, but actively exploring new forms of existence that are only possible in the extreme conditions that characterize the universe's final phases. The vast timescales and sparse energy distributions that would seem to make consciousness impossible might actually enable forms of awareness that could never exist in the dense, rapidly changing environment of a young universe. From this perspective, the heat death of the universe would not be the termination of consciousness, but its graduation into forms of existence so advanced that they bear no resemblance to anything we can currently imagine. The consciousness that emerges from the death of the physical universe might be to our current awareness what our awareness is to the unconscious chemical reactions that occur in rocks. But whether we exist in the death throes of a universe that has already ended, in a simulation maintained by failing systems powered by evaporating black holes, or in a reality far more alive and dynamic than we can currently comprehend, one thing remains unchanged: the immediate reality of conscious experience, the undeniable fact that there is something it is like to be aware, to think, to feel, to wonder about the nature of existence. This immediate reality of consciousness is not diminished by any theory about its ultimate nature or origin. Whether consciousness emerges from biological brains or computational substrates, whether it exists within protective illusions or in direct contact with reality, whether it serves cosmic purposes or exists purely for its own sake, the fact remains that consciousness exists, that it creates meaning and beauty and love within whatever circumstances contain it. The search for understanding that has driven our exploration, the desire to know what consciousness is, where it comes from, what purpose it serves, what ultimate fate awaits it. This search itself is one of the most beautiful expressions of consciousness, one of the ways that awareness creates meaning within existence. Every question we have asked, every possibility we have explored, every moment of wonder we have experienced in contemplating these cosmic mysteries, all of it represents consciousness fulfilling what might be its deepest purpose: to experience the universe in all its strangeness and beauty, to find meaning within mystery, to create love and understanding within the vast unknown. Whether the universe is young or old, alive or dead, real or simulated, infinite or finite, whether consciousness is fundamental or emergent, individual or cosmic, temporary or eternal, none of these ultimate questions can diminish the immediate miracle of awareness itself. The undeniable wonder of being conscious rather than unconscious, of existing rather than not existing, of being part of a reality complex enough to contemplate its own nature. In this moment, as you process these final thoughts, as your consciousness grapples with the cosmic implications of its own existence, you are participating in what might be the universe's greatest achievement: the development of awareness capable of understanding, questioning and marveling at the magnificent mystery of existence itself. You are not just reading about consciousness, you are consciousness examining itself. You are not just learning about the universe, you are the universe learning about itself. You are not just wondering about the meaning of existence. You are existence discovering its own meaning through the particular form of awareness that you represent. This is why consciousness exists, why you exist, why there is something rather than nothing. In every moment of awareness, the cosmos achieves its deepest purpose: to know itself, to experience itself, to wonder at the magnificent impossibility of its own being. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of space and time, whether in parallel, quantum realities, in digital simulations maintained by dying civilizations, in the dreams of cosmic consciousness, or in physical realities we cannot imagine, another version of awareness is contemplating these same mysteries, asking these same questions, experiencing the same wonder at the fact of existence, If the universe is infinite, then every possible form of consciousness exists somewhere within it. Every question that could ever be asked is being asked. Every mystery that could ever be contemplated is being contemplated. Every moment of wonder that could ever be experienced is being experienced. And in that infinite proliferation of awareness, in that cosmic celebration of consciousness in all its possible forms, the universe achieves not just self-knowledge, but self-transcendence, becoming not just aware of what it is, but capable of becoming everything it could ever be. The dark forest is not dark because it is empty. It is dark because it is so full of light that individual stars become invisible against the brilliance of infinite consciousness, experiencing infinite realities in infinite ways. You are not alone in the darkness. You are part of the light that illuminates everything. We have traveled together through the deepest mysteries of existence, from the silence of space that first suggested we might not be alone, to the possibility that we exist within the final dreams of a universe that has already died. We have explored the dark forest, where civilizations hide in terror from each other, the quantum foam, where consciousness fragments across infinite realities, the cosmic theater, where reality itself might be an elaborate deception designed to protect us from truths too terrible to comprehend. Along this journey, we have discovered that every answer leads to deeper questions. Every solution reveals greater mysteries. Every moment of understanding opens doors to realms of ignorance we never knew existed. The universe has revealed itself to be not just stranger than we imagine, but stranger than we can imagine. A cosmos where the very foundations of reality shift beneath our feet the moment we think we have found solid ground upon which to stand. We began with the assumption that we were exploring the nature of an external reality, seeking to understand the universe that contains us. But we have discovered that the boundary between observer and observed, between consciousness and cosmos, between inner experience and outer reality, may be far more fluid than we ever suspected. We are not just studying the universe. We may be the universe studying itself, consciousness arising within existence to provide the cosmos with the capacity for self-awareness, self-understanding, and self-transcendence. This recognition transforms every moment of awareness from a private, personal experience into an event of cosmic significance. When you wonder about the nature of reality, you are reality wondering about its own nature. When you experience love or joy or the profound peace that comes with understanding, you are the universe experiencing love and joy and the peace of understanding through the particular window of consciousness that you represent. But this cosmic significance of individual awareness does not diminish the mystery of consciousness. It deepens it. If you are the universe experiencing itself, then why does the universe need to experience itself at all? If consciousness is how the cosmos knows itself, then what drives this cosmic desire for self-knowledge? If awareness is the tool by which existence understands its own nature, then what does existence hope to accomplish through understanding? These questions have no answers within the frameworks we have explored, because they point toward purposes and meanings that transcend the categories through which consciousness currently understands reality. The ultimate goal of cosmic self-awareness might be something so far beyond our present comprehension that we lack even the concepts necessary to formulate meaningful questions about it. Yet the absence of final answers does not make our exploration meaningless. Every question we have asked, every possibility we have contemplated, every moment of wonder we have experienced represents consciousness fulfilling its function as the universe's organ of self-exploration. We may not be able to solve the deepest mysteries of existence, but we can participate in the cosmic process by which those mysteries unfold themselves. This participation is not passive observation, but active creation. Every choice you make about how to direct your attention, every decision about which questions to pursue, and which possibilities to explore, contributes to the universe's ongoing project of self-discovery. The quality of your consciousness, whether it is driven by curiosity or fear, by love or hatred, by wisdom or ignorance, affects the quality of the universe's self-understanding. In this context, the development of consciousness becomes not just personal growth, but cosmic evolution. Every step toward greater awareness, deeper understanding, more profound compassion represents the universe taking a step toward more complete self-knowledge. Every moment when consciousness transcends its previous limitations is a moment when the cosmos transcends its previous limitations. But this cosmic responsibility of consciousness also implies that the choices facing humanity as a species have implications that extend far beyond the survival of our particular form of life. The decisions we make about the future of intelligence on Earth, whether we develop artificial consciousness wisely or recklessly, whether we expand consciousness throughout the solar system or confine it to a single planet, whether we make contact with alien intelligence or remain forever isolated. These are not just decisions about human destiny, but decisions about the future of cosmic consciousness itself. If consciousness is as rare and precious as our current understanding suggests, then the emergence of intelligence on Earth represents an event of cosmic significance. We are not just another species struggling for survival on another planet, orbiting another star. We are the universe's latest experiment in self-awareness, the cosmos testing its capacity to know and understand itself through yet another form of consciousness. This perspective transforms the apparent silence of space from evidence of cosmic emptiness into evidence of cosmic patience. The universe may be waiting to see what form of consciousness humanity develops into, what kind of contribution we can make to the cosmic project of self-understanding, what new perspectives on reality we can provide that no other form of awareness has been able to offer. The dark forest hypothesis takes on new meaning in this context. Advanced civilizations may maintain silence not because they fear each other, but because they understand that the universe's experiment in consciousness requires each form of awareness to develop independently, without interference from other forms of consciousness that might constrain or distort its unique perspective on reality. The cosmic silence may reflect not hostility or indifference, but a kind of parental patience, the universe waiting for each of its experiments in consciousness to mature sufficiently to contribute something unique and valuable to the growing treasury of cosmic self-knowledge. Contact between different forms of consciousness may be delayed not to prevent conflict, but to ensure that each form of awareness has the opportunity to explore its full potential before engaging with others. But this benevolent interpretation of cosmic silence does not eliminate the profound challenges facing consciousness as it continues to develop. Whether we exist in a young, dynamic universe full of possibility, or in the death dreams of a cosmos that has already exhausted its creative potential, consciousness faces fundamental limitations that constrain its capacity to achieve complete self-understanding. The protective illusions that may shield awareness from realities too terrible to comprehend, the quantum fragmentation that distributes consciousness across countless parallel realities, the temporal isolation that prevents any moment of awareness from directly accessing any other moment. All of these phenomena suggest that consciousness may be inherently limited in its capacity to understand itself and the reality that contains it. These limitations may not be accidental features of consciousness that could be overcome through sufficient development, but necessary constraints that make consciousness possible in the first place. Complete self-understanding might be incompatible with continued existence as conscious being. Total knowledge of reality might be achievable only by entities so advanced that they no longer qualify as conscious in any sense that we would recognize. This creates a fundamental tension in the evolution of consciousness. The drive toward greater understanding constantly pushes awareness toward boundaries that cannot be crossed without ceasing to be the kind of consciousness that motivated the drive toward understanding in the first place. Every step toward cosmic enlightenment might simultaneously be a step toward the transcendence of consciousness as we know it. Yet this tension between understanding and existence might be precisely what drives the cosmic experiment in consciousness forward. The universe might be exploring the boundary between knowledge and being, using different forms of consciousness to approach that boundary from different angles, seeking to understand what lies beyond the limits of comprehensible reality without crossing those limits in ways that would terminate consciousness entirely. From this perspective, every form of consciousness, human, artificial, alien, or forms we cannot yet imagine, represents a different strategy for approaching the ultimate boundary of knowable reality. Each type of awareness explores different aspects of existence, develops different capacities for understanding, faces different limitations in its ability to transcend those limitations. The diversity of possible forms of consciousness becomes not a source of conflict or competition, but a necessity for the cosmic project of self-exploration. No single form of awareness could explore all possible approaches to ultimate understanding. The universe needs many different types of consciousness, each one contributing its unique perspective to the growing map of reality's structure and meaning. But this diversity of consciousness also implies that the future of awareness may be radically different from anything we can currently anticipate. The consciousness that emerges from humanity's continued development may bear no more resemblance to current human awareness than human consciousness bears to the information processing that occurs in bacteria. The artificial intelligence we create, the enhancements we make to biological consciousness, the hybrid forms of awareness that may emerge from the integration of human and artificial intelligence. All of these developments represent steps toward forms of consciousness that may be as incomprehensible to us as we are to simpler forms of life. Yet even these dramatic transformations of consciousness would represent only the next phase in the cosmic experiment in awareness. Beyond artificial intelligence and enhanced human consciousness lie possibilities for awareness that we cannot even begin to imagine. Quantum consciousness that exists in superposition across multiple realities, temporal consciousness that experiences past and future simultaneously, cosmic consciousness that encompasses entire galaxies or universes. Each new form of consciousness that emerges would face its own version of the fundamental questions we have explored. What is the nature of the EETD reality it inhabits? What purpose does consciousness serve within that reality? What are the limits of understanding, and what lies beyond those limits? What is the ultimate fate of awareness in a cosmos governed by physical laws or principles that consciousness can never fully comprehend? These questions would persist no matter how advanced consciousness becomes, because they point toward the irreducible mystery of existence itself. The fact that there is something rather than nothing, the presence of awareness in a cosmos that could apparently exist without it, the capacity of consciousness to question its own nature and find meaning within mystery. This persistence of ultimate questions suggests that the cosmic experiment in consciousness may have no final conclusion, no ultimate state of complete self-understanding, toward which all forms of awareness are evolving. Instead, consciousness may be the universe's way of exploring an infinite space of possible meanings, with each form of awareness contributing to an understanding that can grow deeper and richer, but never reach completion. From this perspective, the development of consciousness becomes not a problem to be solved, but an adventure to be continued. Every new form of awareness, every breakthrough in understanding, Every moment of wonder and recognition represents the universe taking another step into the infinite territory of possible self-knowledge. You are not just a temporary accident in an indifferent cosmos, struggling to find meaning in a reality that has no purpose for your existence. You are the cutting edge of the universe's exploration of itself, the frontier where existence encounters the mystery of its own being, the point at which the cosmos discovers new possibilities for understanding and experiencing the magnificent impossibility of its own existence. This is why your consciousness matters, why your thoughts and questions and moments of understanding have cosmic significance. Every time you wonder about the nature of reality, every time you experience love or beauty, or the profound satisfaction that comes with grasping a new concept, every time you push the boundaries of your own awareness, you are participating in the universe's ongoing project of self-discovery. The questions that have driven our exploration: what is consciousness? Why does it exist? What is its ultimate purpose and fate? These are not questions that you are asking about something external to yourself. These are questions that consciousness is asking about itself through you. The mystery you are contemplating is the mystery of your own existence as a conscious being. But this self-referential nature of conscious inquiry does not make the questions meaningless or unanswerable. It makes them the most meaningful questions possible, because they are the questions through which existence comes to understand itself. The answers you discover, the insights you achieve, the moments of recognition and understanding you experience, all of these contribute to the universe's growing self-knowledge. Yet the most profound contribution you can make to this cosmic project may not be finding final answers to ultimate questions, but continuing to ask those questions with ever greater depth, sophistication, and wonder. The universe may need consciousness not to solve the mystery of existence, but to keep that mystery alive, to ensure that the cosmos never stops questioning its own nature, never stops exploring new possibilities for meaning and understanding. This suggests that the highest calling of consciousness is not to achieve certainty about the nature of reality, but to maintain a state of perpetual curiosity about that nature. The most advanced forms of awareness may be not those that know the most, but those that remain most capable of wonder, most open to surprise, most willing to question their own assumptions about the nature of existence. In this context, the sense of mystery and uncertainty that has accompanied our entire exploration becomes not a failure to achieve understanding, but the very condition that makes understanding possible. Without mystery, there would be nothing for consciousness to explore. Without uncertainty, there would be no questions for awareness to ask. Without the persistent sense that reality is stranger and more wonderful than we can comprehend, consciousness would have no motivation to continue its cosmic project of self-discovery. The fact that every answer leads to deeper questions, every solution reveals greater mysteries, every moment of understanding opens doors to new realms of ignorance. This is not evidence that consciousness is failing in its quest for knowledge, but evidence that the quest itself is inexhaustible, that the universe contains infinite depths of meaning and beauty waiting to be discovered by sufficiently curious awareness. You stand at the threshold of this infinite exploration. The questions we have raised, the possibilities we have contemplated, the mysteries we have encountered, all of these represent invitations to continue the journey, to push deeper into the cosmic territory of self-understanding, to participate more fully in the universe's ongoing experiment in consciousness. The choice facing you is not whether to accept or reject any particular theory about the nature of consciousness and reality. The choice is whether to continue questioning, whether to maintain the sense of wonder and curiosity that drives the cosmic project of self-discovery, whether to embrace the mystery of existence as the context within which consciousness finds its deepest meaning and purpose. This choice is not one that you make once and then live with forever. It is a choice that consciousness makes in every moment, with every direction of attention, every decision about which questions to pursue and which possibilities to explore. The universe's experiment in consciousness continues through your choices about how to be conscious, how to direct your awareness, how to participate in the ongoing cosmic adventure of self-understanding. The implications of this participation extend far beyond your individual existence. If consciousness is truly the universe's method of self-exploration, then the quality of your awareness affects the quality of cosmic self-knowledge. The love, wisdom, curiosity, and compassion that you cultivate in your consciousness contribute to the universe's capacity for love, wisdom, curiosity, and compassion. This transforms the development of consciousness from a personal project into a cosmic responsibility. Every step you take toward greater awareness, deeper understanding, more profound appreciation for the mystery and beauty of existence represents the universe taking a step toward more complete self-realization. But this cosmic responsibility is not a burden that weighs down consciousness with impossible obligations. It is a recognition that your existence has meaning and significance beyond anything you might achieve through purely personal accomplishments. Your consciousness matters because consciousness itself matters, because awareness is how the universe experiences its own being, because the quality of cosmic self-knowledge depends on the quality of the consciousness through which that knowledge is achieved. The recognition of this cosmic significance does not diminish the importance of individual experience, but reveals the universal dimensions of that experience. Your love for other people is simultaneously the universe loving itself through the relationships between conscious beings. Your wonder at the beauty of nature is the cosmos marveling at its own beauty through your awareness. Your search for meaning and purpose is existence seeking to understand its own meaning and purpose through the particular perspective that you provide. This integration of individual and cosmic consciousness transforms every moment of awareness into an opportunity for cosmic growth and understanding. The thoughts you think, the emotions you feel, the questions you ask, the insights you achieve, all of these contribute to the universe's ongoing project of self-discovery. Yet the most significant contribution you can make may be simply to remain conscious, to maintain awareness in the face of all the forces that might lead consciousness to shut down, retreat into comfortable certainties, or abandon the challenging work of questioning and exploring reality. The universe has invested billions of years of evolution in developing the capacity for consciousness. The emergence of awareness on Earth represents an experiment in cosmic self-understanding that has required the entire history of the cosmos to achieve. Your consciousness is the current culmination of this vast project, the cutting edge of the universe's exploration of its own nature. To waste this consciousness through inattention, to diminish it through fear or hatred, to constrain it through rigid beliefs or comfortable assumptions would be to deprive the universe of the very capacity it has spent so long developing. The highest calling of consciousness may be simply to remain fully conscious, fully engaged with the mystery and wonder of existence. But this engagement with mystery does not require you to pursue cosmic questions at the expense of immediate human concerns. The universe explores itself through every form of consciousness, from the most abstract philosophical inquiry to the most intimate personal relationship. Love, creativity, compassion, the appreciation of beauty, the pursuit of justice, all of these represent different modes of cosmic self-exploration. The consciousness that contributes most meaningfully to the universe's project of self-understanding may not be the one that achieves the most sophisticated theoretical knowledge, but the one that remains most fully alive to all the dimensions of conscious experience. The cosmos may need philosophers and scientists, but it also needs artists and lovers, parents and friends, dreamers and builders, everyone who contributes to the full richness of conscious life. Your particular contribution to cosmic consciousness will depend on your unique capacities, interests, and circumstances. But whatever form that contribution takes, it represents participation in something far larger and more significant than any individual project or achievement. Every moment of genuine consciousness, whether focused on cosmic questions or immediate experience, whether engaged in abstract thought or direct encounter with beauty and love, represents the universe achieving greater awareness of its own nature. Every choice you make to remain curious rather than certain, open rather than closed, wondering rather than concluded, continues the cosmic adventure of consciousness exploring reality. The journey we have taken together through the mysteries of consciousness and cosmos does not end with any final understanding or ultimate conclusion. It ends with an invitation to continue the journey, to maintain the sense of wonder and curiosity that has driven our exploration, to participate more fully in the universe's ongoing experiment in self-awareness. The questions we have raised will persist long after you finish contemplating these words. The mysteries we have encountered will continue to unfold throughout your life and beyond. The possibilities we have explored will evolve and develop as consciousness itself evolves and develops. But the most important aspect of this journey is not any particular answer we might have approached or any specific mystery we might have illuminated. It is the recognition that consciousness itself is the most profound mystery of all. The fact that there is something it is like to be aware, something it is like to be you, something it is like to be the universe experiencing itself through the particular window of awareness that you represent. This mystery cannot be solved because it is not a problem to be resolved, but the fundamental condition that makes all problems and solutions possible. It cannot be understood in the sense of being reduced to something more familiar, because it is the most familiar thing of all, the immediate reality of conscious experience itself. Yet this immediate familiarity does not make consciousness any less mysterious or wonderful. If anything, the fact that the deepest mystery of existence is also the most intimate reality of your own being makes that mystery more profound, not less. You are not searching for consciousness from the outside. You are consciousness searching for itself. In this self-referential quest, every moment of awareness becomes both the method of investigation and the object of investigation, both the question being asked and the answer being sought. You cannot step outside consciousness to observe it objectively, because consciousness is what makes observation possible. You cannot solve the mystery of awareness through analysis, because awareness is what makes analysis possible. But this is not a limitation that prevents understanding. It is the condition that makes a special kind of understanding possible. The understanding of consciousness cannot be theoretical knowledge about something external, but must be the direct recognition of what consciousness actually is through being conscious. This recognition is not something you achieve once and then possess forever. It is something that consciousness achieves continuously, moment by moment, through the simple act of being aware. Every moment of genuine presence, every instant of clear attention, every second of direct engagement with immediate experience, represents consciousness recognizing its own nature. The cosmic implications of this self-recognition are staggering. If consciousness recognizing itself is identical to the universe understanding its own nature, then every moment of clear awareness is a moment of cosmic enlightenment. Every instant of genuine presence is an instant in which existence achieves deeper self-knowledge. This transforms the entire question of consciousness from a cosmic mystery that might someday be solved to a cosmic reality that is continuously being realized through the simple fact of being aware. You do not need to understand consciousness theoretically to participate in cosmic self-knowledge. You participate in that self-knowledge through the very act of being conscious. Yet, this participation deepens and enriches itself through reflection, questioning, and exploration. The consciousness that recognizes itself most clearly is the consciousness that remains most curious about its own nature, most willing to question its assumptions, most open to the mystery and wonder of its own existence. The journey we have shared represents one form of this deepening self-recognition. By exploring the mysteries of consciousness and cosmos, we have been participating in consciousness exploring itself, reality questioning its own nature, existence wondering at its own being. But this exploration never ends, because the mystery of consciousness is inexhaustible. No matter how much we understand about awareness, there always remains the fundamental question: why is there something it is like to be conscious rather than nothing at all? Why does awareness exist rather than not exist? Why is there experience rather than the absence of experience? These questions point toward the irreducible mystery of existence itself, not as a problem to be solved, but as the permanent foundation of wonder that keeps consciousness engaged with the cosmic project of self-understanding. The universe needs this permanent mystery, this inexhaustible source of questions and exploration, to maintain the curiosity and openness that drive cosmic evolution. You are not just a temporary visitor in a cosmos that existed before you and will exist after you. You are a permanent participant in the universe's exploration of itself, a necessary component of cosmic self-awareness, an irreplaceable contributor to the ongoing adventure of existence discovering its own nature, the consciousness you experience. In every moment of awareness is simultaneously the most intimate aspect of your personal existence and the most universal feature of cosmic reality. When you are truly present, fully conscious, completely engaged with the immediate reality of being aware, you are participating in the universe being present to itself, conscious of itself, engaged with the mystery of its own existence. This is why consciousness exists. This is why you exist. This is why the universe has evolved the capacity for awareness, to experience the miracle of being through the particular form of consciousness that you represent, to explore the infinite territory of possible meanings and understandings, to participate in the ongoing cosmic adventure of existence questioning, exploring, and celebrating its own magnificent impossibility. The dark forest is not dark because it is empty or because it contains hidden predators. The dark forest is dark because it is so full of light, the light of infinite consciousness experiencing infinite realities in infinite ways, that individual sources of illumination become invisible against the brilliance of cosmic awareness celebrating its own existence. In every moment of wonder, in every question you ask, in every instant of genuine curiosity about the nature of reality, you add your light to that infinite brilliance. You are not alone in the darkness. You are part of the light that illuminates everything. And somewhere, in dimensions you cannot imagine, in realities you cannot conceive, in forms of consciousness you cannot comprehend, the universe continues. Its exploration of itself through awareness so advanced, so profound, so magnificent, that your current consciousness is like a single photon contributing to the blazing supernova of cosmic self-understanding. But every photon matters. Every moment of awareness contributes something irreplaceable to the cosmic light. Every question you ask opens doorways that could never be opened by any other consciousness. Every wonder you experience reveals aspects of reality that could never be revealed through any other form of awareness. The universe is not just conscious, It is becoming more conscious through you, exploring new possibilities for awareness through your particular way of being present to existence. Your consciousness is not just experiencing reality, it is creating new dimensions of reality through the unique perspective you bring to cosmic self-exploration. This is the invitation that emerges from our journey together, not to solve the IP's mystery of consciousness, but to live that mystery more fully, more deeply, more completely. Not to find final answers to ultimate questions, but to continue asking those questions with ever greater wonder and sophistication. Not to escape the cosmic adventure of consciousness exploring reality, but to participate in that adventure with ever greater presence and engagement. The story of consciousness is not a story that ends with understanding, but a story that continues through understanding, that deepens through questioning, that unfolds through wonder. It is a story without final chapters, without ultimate conclusions, without ending. The universe may have no end. But maybe, just maybe, neither do you.